Chapter 739. Inside the gymnasium, the figures of Han Shuo and Andrina were blurry. Crisp sounds rang out as they crossed paths. Crack! Crack! Han Shuo brandished his demonic blades and sheathed them. 10 black radiances flashed past and coiled towards Andrina like 10 little snakes. Dazzling whirlpools formed around Andrina and revolved around her, obstructing the entanglement of the 10 black radiances. With one thought, the 10 black radiances moved as fast as lightning. They evaded the whirlpools and chased after Andrina. It was as though the 10 black radiances had eyes of their own. Andrina let out a soft cry of surprise. Whirlpools suddenly appeared in her eyes. The whirlpools that revolved around her immediately converged towards her body. The boundary towers around the gymnasium abruptly glowed brightly. The energy inside frantically converged towards the boundaries. It appeared that her attack had caused great damage to the boundaries. The 10 black radiances were shredded into pieces by the whirlpools. They could no longer pose a threat to her. Her petite body shot towards Han Shuo. Andrina's little hand pulled out a curtain of light and enveloped Han Shuo within. Han Shuo felt a sharp pain in his body. He hastily raised his hand to block her attack. Bang! Andrina's little hand pierced through the layers of illusions and pressed onto Han Shuo's chest. Han Shuo staggered and immediately felt the invincible omen body automatically activate. The attack that landed on his body didn't cause much damage to his physical body. After taking a step back, Han Shuo once again advanced explosively. His left hand was bone-piercingly cold, while his right was blazing hot. When the two hands struck out, one hot and one cold complemented each other, immediately forcing Angelina to temporarily dodge. Unfortunately, Han Shuo's outburst did not last long. After 3 minutes, he barely managed to hold on for a dozen or so seconds before his body swayed. All the energy of Cauldron spirit in his body receded like a receding tide. Han Shuo's face was flushed and he had to gasp for breath a few times to calm himself down. For the next few days, whenever Han Shuo fought Andrina, as long as he borrowed Cauldron spirit's energy, his body would automatically activate the invincible omen body. But when Cauldron spirit's energy receded, his body would no longer automatically activate the invincible omen body. After many attempts, Han Shuo finally found the reason. After pondering deeply and asking for Cauldron spirit's opinion, Han Shuo was able to ascertain that when the demon general's energy filled his body, although it would cause him extreme pain, the endurance of his body would be greatly enhanced. Under those circumstances, Andrina's attacks would be much more powerful. According to Cauldron spirit's conjecture, Han Shuo's body was strengthened a second time when the demon general entered his body. In addition, Andrina's attacks were extremely powerful. Invincible omen body would automatically activate under the influence of powerful external forces. With this understanding, Han Shuo found the right direction. As long as his body continued to be strengthened, not only would he be able to borrow Cauldron spirit's energy for a longer period of time, but his invincible omen body would also improve further. One had to undergo a demonic tribulation in order to reach the omen realm. If one's body wasn't strong enough, only death would await them. Therefore, strengthening one's body was the most important thing to do at this stage of the omen realm. With this direction in mind, Han Shuo naturally knew what he had to do. Every time his body calmed down, he would fight Andrina with Cauldron spirit's energy, tempering his body over and over again. A month later, Han Shuo was able to borrow Cauldron spirit's energy for more than 4 minutes. Invincible omen body would immediately activate whenever the demon generals filled his body. In that state, Han Shuo would stand still and allow Aekli to attack. But when Aekli's attacks landed on Han Shuo's body, the invincible omen body would not automatically activate. Of course, Aekli's strength was much weaker than Andrina's. His attacks simply couldn't cause any real harm to Han Shuo. After this trial and error, Han Shuo finally understood that in that state, invincible omen body would only automatically activate when external forces could cause damage to his body. For attacks like Aekli's that couldn't even shake his body, invincible omen body would never form to defend against them. Every time Han Shuo used Cauldron spirit's energy to cultivate in the gymnasium, he would feel extremely uncomfortable. Whenever the demon generals filled his body, he would feel as though his entire body was being pricked by needles. Enduring this inhuman pain, Han Shua's body grew tougher and tougher. He used his body as a precious sword, constantly sharpening it. During this period of time, Han Shua had completely let go of the management of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Phoebe and Emily had proven that they had the ability to manage the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Although all the pharmacists complained that the two knew nothing about medicine refinement, they were very impressed by their ability in managing the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. In an extremely short period of time, the two had adjusted many matters, allowing the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to reach its most harmonious state. Under the efforts of the two, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, which had been unable to open for business for a long time due to the lack of manpower, was successfully opened for business. With this, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy became the first pharmacy in the City of Shadows in every sense of the word. Recently, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had collected hundreds of thousands of black crystal coins in profits. According to the agreement with the House of Saint, Phoebe would send Carmelita's share to the House of Saint on time. The House of Saint was very satisfied with her work attitude. Han Shua was completely freed from his busy business affairs and spent all his time cultivating. His body grew stronger and stronger. Portlam and his party stayed in the City of Shadows for some time before they finally left. Before leaving, Doyolo had Anaito deliver a message to Han Shua: "You better not leave the City of Shadows. If they discover you, they will avenge Portlam." Han Shua snorted disdainfully at Doyolo's threat. If it wasn't for Doyolo being escorted by a few members of the House of Saint, Han Shua might have brought Andrina and Han Shua along to ambush the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shua, who had been making rapid progress recently, was worried that he wouldn't be able to find someone to attack. One day, Anaito came to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy again. He brought a pile of scrolls and handed them to Han Shua. He smilingly said, "From today onwards, we are comrades." "It's done." Han Shua was overjoyed when he received the scrolls. With the help of the House of Saint and the promise of Lord Erebus, the problem will naturally be solved very quickly. These scrolls explain your status in our third core. Carmelita told me to tell you that Lord Erebus is currently in Skyorchid Fort. Now that Portlam and his party have left the City of Shadows, you don't have to worry about the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Anaito said smilingly. "Alright, I will set off for Skyorchid Fort right away." Han Shua had been worrying about not having anything to do recently. He immediately made up his mind after hearing Anaito's words. "Your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy is temporarily without any divine guards. I will keep an eye on the surroundings while you are away." But you don't have to worry. For your enemies, even if they were to make a move, they would target you and Angelina. They wouldn't bother to attack those low gods." Anaito consoled Han Shua. "Thank you very much," Han Shua said smilingly. "You're welcome," Anaito hastily replied. News of Han Shua's performance in the banquet hall had spread widely among the family clans in the City of Shadows. When Anaito learned that Han Shua possessed high god strength, he became even more respectful and cautious. Sometimes, he would even look at Han Shua with eyes filled with reverence. "Andrina, get ready. We are going to Skyorchid Fort," Han Shua hastily instructed after finding Andrina. "Great. Are we going to deal with those god hunters?" Andrina had been waiting for the news for a long time. She was overjoyed to hear that. She giggled and said, "I don't need to prepare anything. You just need to bring along all the black crystal coins you have earned in the past month. I've been prepared for a long time." Han Shua smiled. With the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy as their cash cow, Han Shua was no longer as harsh to Andrina. He knew that Andrina could consume black crystal coins to recover from any injuries she sustained. He had made the necessary preparations before he left. After fighting for some time, Han Shua vaguely understood the source of Andrina's energy. He discovered that when Andrina fought him, some of her internal organs would turn into crystals. It was as though Andrina herself was an extremely precise energy tower that could absorb the energy contained within those crystals for her own use. Whenever the battle in the gymnasium reached a climax, Han Shuo would discover that the energy in several energy towers around him was rather abnormal. After experiencing this several times, he gradually came to a realization. Of course, Han Shuo did not ask Andrina for confirmation as she refused to talk about her own situation. Han Shuo was also afraid that his probing would displease Andrina. You mentioned that you know of a base of god hunters. Is that true? Andrina suddenly asked as she and Han Shuo were leaving the City of Shadows. Yes. When I lured those god hunters away, I followed them for several days. I discovered a valley between the City of Shadows and Mirage City that was covered with boundaries. Even Bravst had to tread carefully in that place. I believe that there must be someone even more powerful than Bravst in that place. Han Shuo put on a grave face and said, Bravst is already a mid-stage high god. If there is someone even more powerful than him in that place, then this god hunter alliance is simply too terrifying. Of course there is. Bravst and the other two are only second-rate. From what you have said, it seems that there really is a big fish in that place. Confirmed Andrina. Andrina knew much more about god hunters than Han Shuo. Since she said that Bravst and the other two were only second-rate characters in the god hunter alliance, it was enough to prove that Han Shuo's guess was correct. Skyarcid Fort. It was a relatively remote fort in the City of Shadows. Skyarcid Fort was surrounded by continuous mountain ranges, swamps, and oceans. It was a place most suitable for god hunters to roam. This was especially so as those traveling from the City of Shadows to Mirage City and Hushvale City would have to pass through this area. Recently, god hunters had been roaming around Skyarcid Fort frequently. Not only had the City of Shadows dispatched many divine guards to search the area, even Mirage City and Hushvale City had dispatched divine guards to keep an eye on the area. There were a dozen mountain ranges, 7 or 8 swamps, and 3 vast oceans in the vicinity. The god hunters' activity had seriously threatened the safety of the gods in the 3 cities. They had no choice but to take it seriously. Inside Skyarcid Fort, at the top of the tallest building, Erebus and a woman with long black hair draped all the way down to her calves were sitting opposite each other. This woman had phoenix eyes and willowy eyebrows. She seemed to be in high spirits. As she sat there, her black hair gently fluttered in the wind. Erebus, who had a feminine appearance, looked rather perplexed as he looked at the woman before him. The reason he became a chief of divine guards in the City of Shadows was largely due to this woman. If it wasn't for this woman staying in the City of Shadows, perhaps Erebus would still be wandering around and cultivating wholeheartedly. Aobashi, oh Aobashi, why can't you understand my efforts? Erebus sighed in a low voice and said bitterly. Aobashi pursed her lips into a faint smile. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were slightly squinted. Her eyes were filled with craftiness as she said, I understand your efforts, but I didn't ask you to stay in the City of Shadows for me. Don't you like to wander around? You can leave at any time. I believe the City Lord won't stop you. My heart is with you as long as you are here. Even if I wander to other places, my heart will always be with you. What difference does it make whether I leave or not? At the very least, I can still see you from time to time. Erebus said in a bitter smile. Aobashi shook her head and sighed softly. She said, Erebus, you really don't suit me. I have said all that I need to say. There's nothing I can do if you insist on staying. But I still can't accept you. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Erebus hastily changed the topic and said, that youngster I told you about the last time should be arriving at Skyarcid City very soon. We haven't been able to find any traces of the god hunter recently. Perhaps we will find a way when he arrives. Aobashi took a sip of her fragrant tea smilingly and glanced at Erebus. She said, we haven't been able to find the god hunter for so long. Isn't he a pharmacist? Why did you suddenly arrange for him to come to your 3rd corps? Don't tell me you want him to refine medicine for you. Of course not. Erebus replied, the City Lord intends for him to take over the 5th corps. After Avery's departure, the position has been vacant. All the family clans have fought tooth and nail for the position. But the city lord simply said, "Take Avery's head in exchange for it." It is the city lord's intention for him to come to our third corps. He wants to familiarize himself with our methods. A strange glint flashed across Aobashi's eyes when she heard Erebus's words. She straightened her slender body and asked, "Him? Managing the 5th Corps and the Medicine Refinement District is a big job. Can he really do it? Who knows?" Erebus replied smilingly, "But I still think highly of him. That youngster is even more difficult to deal with than Avery. I have never seen anyone so adept at concealing their strength. This fella is no ordinary person. He clearly possesses high god strength but has been concealing his strength as a low god ever since he arrived at the City of Shadows. Not only did Andre and I fail to discover his true strength, even the City Lord was deceived. It is for this reason that the City Lord has decided to let him take over the 5th Corps." "Oh?" Aobashi's interest was piqued. She smilingly said, "Now that you mention it, this fella is indeed rather interesting. I would like to meet him. He should be here soon." "I have sent a message to Carmelita 3 days ago," Erebus replied. While Erebus and Aobashi were conversing, Andrina had forced Han Shuo to the valley they had visited previously. The valley between the City of Shadows and Mirage City was filled with many energy towers and boundary towers that had been camouflaged. Along the way, many shadowy figures were lurking in the shadows of the forest, constantly paying attention to their surroundings. Han Shuo and Andrina were at the top of a large tree. Han Shuo pointed to the distance and said in a low voice, "It's here." Andrina did not reply. She observed for a long while before she said excitedly, "Well done, Brian. I have searched many places over the years but have never found such a large base. I did not expect that you would find it so easily. This is great. Don't be rash." Han Shuo hastily said, "No matter how deep the hatred between you and the God Hunters is, you won't stand a chance if you go in alone. Even Brovst and the other two can severely injure you. If there are even more powerful characters inside, you will only be courting death." "Of course I know that." Andrina wrinkled her little nose and cried out impatiently. "Ha!" Han Shuo softly cried out. "What's wrong?" Andrina immediately asked. "There is a Divine Guard squad lingering in the vicinity. I don't know if they can find this place. That Divine Guard squad doesn't seem to be from the City of Shadows. Judging from the shape of their divine armor, they seem to be from Mirage City. I wonder how lucky they are." Han Shuo said in a low voice. "Did they use those special life forms to see this place?" Andrina giggled and said to Han Shuo, "Brian, those special life forms are just too useful. Can you give me a few? With those life forms, I will have several pairs of eyes in this mountain range." "No way." Han Shuo resolutely refused. When he saw that Andrina seemed a little dissatisfied, he forced a smile and explained, "This has to do with the energy I cultivate in. The energy you cultivate in is completely different from mine. There is no way you can control them." "Stingy," Andrina pouted and groaned, "that's just an excuse. You are stingy if you don't give them to me. Whatever you say, I'm not giving them to you." Han Shuo chuckled mischievously. He then pulled Andrina and said, "Come, I will go and take a look. They are coming from another direction. They might attract the attention of those God Hunters. Let's go and take a look. Their appearance might give us a rough idea of the strength of these Tanai God Hunters." Angelina snorted a couple of times, seemingly still angry at Han Shuo. She reluctantly followed after Han Shuo after he pulled her along. Chapter 740. On the outskirts of the valley, a small group of divine guards were talking loudly as they slowly walked towards the valley. "Your lordship sure is cautious. You insist on searching every single area. Those God Hunters know that the 3 major cities are after them. They should have fled far away long ago. Why would they dare to linger around?" complained a divine guard. "Stop yelling. There's only one valley left. If there's no problem, we'll head back. We're not the only ones who are busy. Everyone else is searching everywhere, complained another divine guard. The divine armors worn by this group were different from those worn by the City of Shadows. Their divine armors were dark green in color with a sword and shield pattern on the chest. This was the emblem unique to the Tulas family of Mirage City. The group consisted of 10 people. The leader possessed late-stage mid-god strength and the other 9 were mid-stage mid-gods. They mostly cultivated in the energy of death, darkness, and destruction. One of them cultivated in the energy of fire. They had absolutely no idea how dangerous the valley would be. While complaining loudly, they gradually approached the valley. Through the observation of his demon generals, Han Shuo noticed that a few energy towers disguised in the shape of giant trees shook slightly. A faint energy fluctuation was secretly transmitted back to the center of the valley. A few blurry silhouettes suddenly and stealthily approached from a distance. Those energy towers inside the giant trees have sent a message. That group is going to be in big trouble, whispered Andrina as she gently pulled Han Shuo's sleeves. Andrina was very sensitive to the situation inside energy crystals. This might have something to do with the energy she cultivated in. Han Shuo knew that Andrina could even control some energy towers and boundary towers within a certain range. As long as they were supported by energy crystals, she would be able to influence them. Han Shuo nodded and said, "In any case, they are from Mirage City. They have nothing to do with us." After hearing Han Shuo's words, Andrina knew that Han Shuo had no intention of warning those people. The god hunters in the valley were by no means something that those people could handle. If they were to ignore them, those who ventured into the valley would only be dead. As expected, a person soon flew out from the valley. It was Talon, whom Han Shuo had met before. Talon was a mid-stage high god expert. Her arrival was equivalent to a death sentence for the party. Talon stealthily approached the clueless divine guards and made a gesture. The god hunters that were approaching from a distance slowly surrounded them. Shah shah shah. Rustle. 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 The sound of figures moving at high speed sounded from the thicket. Many figures suddenly emerged from the thicket and charged at the Mirage City divine guards. With the intervention of Talon, a mid-stage high god expert, the battle quickly came to an end. A few miserable shrieks reverberated in the air before abruptly coming to an end. The divine guards from Mirage City were all killed by the god hunters and had their divine energy drained. With a wave of her hand, Talon ordered the god hunters to pour some powder on the bodies of the corpses. After a Mirage City corpses, they of the Mirage City divine guards, and of blood. Of blood. Han Shuo's pupils suddenly contracted. He exclaimed in a low voice, "The medicines used by the god hunters seem to be made by the toxicologists from the God Swamp Pharmacy." Andrina's expression slightly changed. She softly asked, "You mean? Perhaps the God Swamp Pharmacy is related to the god hunters. Otherwise, why would they have those poisons?" said Han Shuo in a deep voice. "Have they all been killed?" Andrina and Han Shuo were very far away from the valley. Therefore, she couldn't see very clearly. Therefore, she asked Han Shuo. "Yes, let's go. We can be sure that there are many god hunters in the valley. With such a small group of divine guards, they will definitely die if they recklessly charge into the valley. Let's first head to Skyorchid Fort and inform Erebus of the situation. After we have gathered enough manpower, we will launch a full-scale attack on the valley," said Han Shuo as he pulled Andrina. Skyorchid Fort Ha, Brian, you are finally here. Come, let me introduce you. This is the leader of the City of Shadows Divine Guard Chiefs, Aobashi. Erebus pulled Han Shuo to Aobashi and smilingly said, "This is the Brian I have mentioned to you before. He is now a member of the Third Corps. He has come to help us find the god hunters." Aobashi sized up Han Shuo with a few glances and the corners of her mouth curved into a faint smile. She said, "I have heard Erebus mention you many times. Welcome, welcome. Greetings, Lady Aobashi." Han Shua greeted with a smile. You must be Andrina. Aobashi landed beside Andrina and tried to pull Andrina's little hand. She seemed to be more friendly towards Andrina. Andrina bunched her brows and took a few steps back. She wore an ice-cold face. She was always this cold and detached even when there were outsiders around. It was obvious that she did not want Aobashi to hold her little hand. Aobashi's eyes glinted when she saw that Andrina had moved away. She giggled and said, "It seems that Erebus wasn't exaggerating. Little sister, you are truly amazing. Let me arrange a room for you. You must be tired from the journey. Take a rest," Erebus said warmly. "There's no need for that. Let's get down to business." Andrina replied coldly. Seeing that Andrina did not appreciate his gesture, Erebus explained awkwardly, "We don't know where those god hunters are hiding. We have searched for them for a long time but have not found any trace of them. There's no point in being impatient. Brian knows where they are. Assemble your men. We will set off immediately after everything is done." Andrina shot a glance at Aobashi and said in a low voice, "If it's just you and Erebus, you must gather more men as soon as possible. With just the two of you, you won't be able to eliminate those god hunters." Oh? Aobashi didn't quite believe it. She smilingly said, "Little sister, you said that even Erebus and I cannot defeat those god hunters." "That's not what I meant." Andrina shook her head and explained with a straight face, "What I meant was that even with Blair and I, two high gods, the four of us working together, it will still be very difficult." Aobashi put on a startled face when she heard those words. She felt that Andrina wasn't just exaggerating. She put on a solemn face and asked, "What exactly is going on?" "You should ask him. No one knows this better than he does. He was the one who discovered that place. He knows the situation there better than any of us." Andrina pointed at Han Shua. "Brian, you have discovered traces of god hunters?" Erebus cried out in surprise before Aobashi could reply. Han Shua nodded and explained in a deep voice, "In a valley between the City of Shadows, Mirage City, and Hushvale City, there is a heavily guarded stronghold of the God Hunter Alliance. As far as we know, there are 3 mid-stage high god hunters in the stronghold. They are Brovst, Talon, and Gallus. These 3 are already very difficult to deal with. However, according to my observations, those 3 don't seem to be the true leaders of the stronghold. My guess is that there is at least 1 late-stage high god in the stronghold. If that's the case, we won't be able to defeat them even if we enter the valley." "What?" Erebus and Aobashi cried out simultaneously. Han Shua didn't say a word. He nodded heavily and said with certainty, "That's exactly what happened." Aobashi took a deep breath. She appeared rather shaken and said softly, "So far, the 3 leaders of the God Hunter Alliance that we know of are the ones you just mentioned. If your guess is correct, we really won't be able to defeat them. I didn't expect that those God Hunters would be so powerful. Aobashi, I will immediately send a message to those 2 from the 2 nearby cities. We will need to discuss this matter properly." Erebus said in a deep voice. "Yes, it's better to be safe than sorry. If what Brian said is true and we enter the valley rashly, things will be very difficult to resolve. We will indeed need to have a good talk with those 2 from the 2 nearby cities." Aobashi immediately agreed. There were divine guards from Mirage City and Hushvale City who were pursuing the God Hunters. It appeared that they were in contact with Erebus and Aobashi of the City of Shadows. If the divine guards from the other 2 cities joined them, their chances of success would be much higher. Erebus immediately left and headed for another building. He seemed to be going to deliver the message. Han Shua, Andrina, and Aobashi stayed together. Aobashi kept asking Han Shua about the valley. But when Han Shua described the suspicious points of the demon general to Aobashi, Aobashi acted as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She believed that Han Shua was telling the truth. After Han Shua finished explaining, Aobashi squinted her beautiful eyes and asked Han Shua in astonishment, "Brian, how did you discover the valley?" Why is it that even Andrina doesn't know the details of the valley but you seem to have seen every inch of it? I have my ways. Han Shuo wasn't willing to talk too much about the demon general to Andrina, much less to Aobashi whom he wasn't too familiar with. Aobashi did not probe further when she saw that Han Shuo had no intention of answering her question. However, she suddenly became curious about Han Shuo and started to learn more about Han Shuo. She wanted to know which continent Han Shuo was from and how he got into a conflict with Avery in the City of Shadows. Be careful of Avery. I have worked with him before. That fella is not one to give up easily. Since he views you as a major threat, it is only a matter of time before he comes up with ways to deal with you. Now that he has disappeared from everyone's sight, he must be preparing a more detailed revenge plan. You must be careful. Aobashi solemnly warned Han Shuo. 7 days later, the two god hunters from Mirage City and Hushvale City arrived at Skyorchid Fort with their divine guards. The one from Mirage City was called Blightsore. He cultivated in the energy of destruction and was a mid-stage high god. The one from Hushvale City was called Eugene. He cultivated in the energy of darkness and was also a mid-stage high god. The two attached great importance to Aobashi's information. They kept asking her for more details. After Aobashi explained everything to them, the one from Hushvale City named Eugene looked at Han Shuo suspiciously and asked, "Is he that genius pharmacist from Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" "Yes, he was the one who discovered the situation in that valley," Erebus replied. "He is just a pharmacist. How could he be qualified to participate in such an important matter? Besides, we have been searching for months and have yet to find any trace of those people. How could he know the situation so clearly when he just arrived?" "Aobashi, Erebus, I believe you too, but this fella's words make me very suspicious," Eugene said rudely in front of Han Shuo. "Believe it or not, it's up to you," Han Shuo shrugged and put on an indifferent face. From the moment Han Shuo met Eugene, he felt that Eugene seemed to be prejudiced against him. Han Shuo had never met Eugene before and he did not know why Eugene would be prejudiced against him. "Youngster, what's with your attitude?" Eugene bunched his brows and said, "I have heard a little about you in Hushvale City. You are the one who took over all the Godswamp Pharmacy's businesses in the City of Shadows. I have always been on good terms with the master of Godswamp Pharmacy, Hasling. So that's how it is." Han Shuo sneered in his mind. No wonder Eugene has been looking at me so strangely since we first met. "Hasling? Hee, you are friends with the guy who secretly refines poisons and sells them to god hunters?" Han Shuo made a fuss. "Youngster, don't talk nonsense." Eugene softly shouted, "I know Hasling very well. His Godswamp Pharmacy has a clean reputation in our Darkness Dominion. He would never do something like that." Snickering, Han Shuo shook his head and didn't say anything else. "Eugene, the Godswamp Pharmacy's branch in the City of Shadows has been confiscated by the House of Saint. Do you have a problem with that?" Erebus asked coldly. All right. Our target this time is the God Hunters. We all share the same goal. Don't start a fight among yourselves before we even get started." Blightsore hastily tried to smooth things over when he saw that Eugene and those from the City of Shadows seemed to be on bad terms. "The God Hunters have threatened the safety of our 3 cities. What we need to do right now is to inflict a heavy blow on them. We should all work together. If you don't believe me, your Hushvale City can choose not to participate in this operation. I will report to my superiors and our city lord will send another chief of divine guards to assist us. It doesn't have to be you." Aobashi, of course, was on the same side as Erebus and Han Shuo. "I will go with you. I want to see if this youngster is just trying to scare us." Eugene coldly groaned and said, "We know best about those god hunters but we have never heard of any late-stage high god among them. I don't believe it." "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Han Shuo similarly groaned coldly. "Let's all stop arguing. Let's gather our forces and get ready to head to that valley. If we can really eliminate those god hunters, it will be a blessing for our 3 cities, Blightsoar tried to smooth things over. After hearing those words, the few stopped arguing. On the City of Shadows side, Erebus and Aobashi led 2 companies while Blightsoar and Eugene each led a company. There were a total of 400 divine guards. Under Han Shua's lead, they marched majestically towards the valley. Along the way, the party was very cautious and spread out. Han Shua and Eugene did not have the opportunity to continue arguing. On the 12th day, the party finally arrived at the outskirts of the valley. Chapter 741. The valley was secluded. From time to time, some peculiar birds would fly across the valley. It was early in the morning and Tanai could not see the situation clearly due to the mist. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to clearly see what was going on in the valley. However, the mist was able to conceal their tracks very well. The unique environment had its own advantages. Aobashi and Erebus from the City of Shadows stayed together. Naturally, Han Shua and Andrina followed them. Blightsoar from Mirage City and Eugene from Hushvale City split up and formed 2 wings to guard Han Shua's party. Gradually, they got closer and closer to the valley. Eugene advanced alone while Blightsoar maintained his formation. Blightsoar stealthily approached Han Shua and asked in a low voice, "Is it the valley below?" Han Shua nodded and replied in a soft voice, "Yes, it is. Tell your people not to get too close. Otherwise, the energy towers will react." Blightsoar didn't have any prejudice against Han Shua. On the contrary, he admired Han Shua very much. He gestured to his team from afar, signaling them to stay where they were for the time being and not move. The valley was shrouded in mist. It was surrounded by mountains that rose into the clouds and formed an arc around the valley. At this moment, Han Shua, Aobashi, and the others were on the side of one of the mountains. They were lying on their stomach and observing the valley. "I can't see clearly from the bottom of the valley. What's the situation?" Aobashi asked Han Shua in a low voice. Han Shua extended his index finger and drew a simple and crude pattern on a hard rock, forming an arc around the valley. He pointed at a few directions and explained to Aobashi and the others, "I have observed carefully. Here, here, and here, there are energy towers and boundary towers disguised as trees. Here is the only entrance to the valley. There are god hunters hiding in the dark and there is a boundary at the top of the valley. In any case, as soon as we approach the valley, we will be discovered." Aobashi looked at Han Shua in surprise and said, "How do you know so much about what's down there?" Without answering Aobashi's question, Han Shua continued, "It's not impossible to sneak into the valley without alerting anyone. As long as we quickly eliminate the sentries along the way and avoid the energy towers and barrier towers, we might be able to sneak into the valley without alerting them." "Where are the sentries? Can you really pinpoint their location?" Blightsoar's face was also filled with shock and disbelief. Han Shua raised his head and looked at Aobashi and Blightsoar. He said, "Since you're here, I'm sure you believe me. I don't want you to doubt my words anymore. Otherwise, you can just force your way in." At this critical moment, Han Shua did not care about the identities of these people. "As long as we can approach those energy towers and barrier towers without alerting anyone, I can stop them," Andrina said in a low voice. Han Shua had long known that Andrina possessed such an ability. It was also the main reason why he insisted on bringing her to the valley. After hearing her words, Han Shua thought for a moment and said, "Eugene is biased against me. We can have his men stay outside for the time being. Once we enter the valley, those god hunters will surely try to break out of the encirclement. Eugene and his men will be in charge of blocking those god hunters who try to break out of the encirclement." At such a critical moment, Han Shua would always remain very calm. Having gotten used to giving orders, he had unknowingly assumed the role of a leader. Aobashi, Erebus, and Blightsoar felt that it was rather odd. However, seeing how confident Han Shua was, as though he knew everything about Tanai like the back of his hand, they did not say anything. "All right, I'll go talk to Eugene and have his men stay outside." Blightsoar knew that if it were Han Shua and his men, Eugene might not be willing to listen to them. Therefore, he volunteered to persuade Eugene. After Blightsore left, Aobashi put on a bitter smile and said to Han Shua, "Brian, don't be mistaken. There are 400 divine guards from our 3 cities. A single mistake could cost the lives of many divine guards. This is no joke." "Brian, are you really confident?" Erebus asked in a grave face. He did not appear as confident as Han Shua. "As long as you listen to me and follow me step by step, I am confident that I can bring you as close as possible without being discovered," promised Han Shua solemnly. After taking a short pause, he said in a relaxed manner, "At least it's better than charging in like a swarm of bees, right? There are benefits to charging in like a swarm of bees. At the very least, we will be able to maintain our momentum in one go." Aobashi put on a faint smile and said in a low voice, "If we are discovered midway, our momentum will be weakened. This is also very important." "Understood." Han Shua nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "If there really is a late-stage high god hunter in there, who on our side can handle him?" Aobashi and Erebus both turned silent upon hearing those words. After a long while, Aobashi said, "We have the advantage in numbers. We will surround him." Han Shua put on a bitter smile and asked, "Even you can't do anything?" "We don't have enough time to ask for help from the city lord. But I believe that the First Corps should be able to trap him by releasing a boundary lock." "Don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of even if there is one," said Aobashi smilingly. She took a glance at Erebus and said in a low voice, "Besides, Erebus has a scroll that the city lord bestowed upon him. I know just how powerful that scroll is. If used at the critical moment, even a late-stage high god wouldn't be able to withstand it." Han Shua knew that Aobashi must have considered that possibility. With that, he did not say anything else. He thought to himself, "If the situation is unfavorable, I'll have no problem defending myself." While they were talking, Blightsore returned and said in a low voice, "Eugene has agreed. We can move now." Han Shua stood up, waved his hand, and instructed, "Follow me. Tell your subordinates to be careful. Don't make any noise." Han Shua flew straight down and landed at the entrance of the valley. Aobashi and the others turned around and gave instructions to their subordinates before they landed behind Han Shua. There was a boundary right above the valley and the energy source was located at the center of the valley. As the distance was rather far, Andrina could not do anything about it. Therefore, they could only enter through the only entrance of the valley. Aobashi descended gracefully. Her body was as light as a willow catkin. The element of wind swirling around her made her look light and graceful. Han Shua had long noticed that Aobashi cultivated in the energy of wind. Her fluttering fine hair carried the element of wind and formed a miniature domain of divinity. Not only was she extremely fast, she was also very elusive. That was a characteristic of a god cultivating in the energy of wind. Demon generals were already lurking in the dark. Han Shua had been to the valley twice and knew every area like the back of his hand. The light morning fog was a hindrance to ordinary people, but he was secretly delighted. The light fog was a natural barrier to him, allowing him and the demon generals to hide even more stealthily. Han Shua waved his hand and moved forward like an elusive ghost. He effortlessly evaded the bushes and shrubs without making the slightest sound. Aobashi followed closely behind Han Shua. She looked at Han Shua with a somewhat complicated gaze. She seemed to be rather astonished by Han Shua's miraculous performance. She could not understand how this youngster who had just arrived in the City of Shadows possessed so many secrets. Behind Aobashi was Andrina. Behind Andrina were Blightsore and Erebus. Although Andrina's strength was slightly stronger than Aobashi's, as a god cultivating in the energy of wind, she was the most adept at flying. Lightness was her specialty. Therefore, it was Aobashi who left Andrina behind. None of the party spoke a word. They carefully observed their surroundings and followed closely behind Han Shua as though he was walking into his own home. Gradually, the party started to believe what Han Shua had said. They discovered that Han Shua could navigate through the shrubs and ancient trees with great ease. It was as though he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. From his behavior, the party believed that Han Shuo knew this area like the back of his hand. Han Shuo's flying figure suddenly came to a halt. He turned around and gestured for the party to keep quiet. When they finally arrived next to Han Shuo, he pointed at a large tree in front of him and softly said, "There's an observer hiding above the third branch. Who's going to kill him?" "I'll do it." Aobashi drifted away like a wisp of a ghost in the shadows. All of a sudden, Aobashi appeared at the area Han Shuo pointed at. She lightly patted the branch with her fair, jade-like left hand. Crack! The tree shook slightly. The corners of Aobashi's mouth curled into a faint smile. She turned to Han Shuo and nodded, indicating that the job was done. Erebus and Blightsore were full of smiles. Their gazes when they looked at Han Shuo were filled with admiration. Aobashi's gesture proved that Han Shuo's judgment was correct and that the observer was indeed there. For Han Shuo to be able to detect a god hiding in a large tree, Blightsore and Erebus no longer had any doubts. "Not bad, kid." Erebus lightly hammered Han Shuo's shoulder and praised in a low voice. "Continue, follow me." Han Shuo calmly gestured at Aobashi from afar and continued moving forward. Another 7 god hunters were silently killed by the party. Those god hunters who thought that they had been hiding in the dark didn't even know when they were exposed until the very end. Han Shuo stopped again and said in a serious manner, "From here on out, there will be boundary towers and energy towers. Andrina, it's all up to you now. Don't worry, not a single message will be sent out from the energy towers." Andrina proudly replied. "All right then. Everyone, continue to be careful." Han Shuo nodded. As they walked deeper into the valley, he repeatedly pointed out the direction of the energy towers to Andrina. Sure enough, Andrina did not disappoint him. Every time she closed her eyes and paused for a moment, one of the energy towers would lose its function. Using this method, the party finally reached the deepest part of the valley. There was an enormous cold lake with murky water. The walls of the lake were filled with bottomless caves that looked like a beehive from afar. After a rough estimation, they found that there were dozens of them. Some of the caves had human figures in front of them, while others only revealed a small gap. "We're here!" Han Shuo cried in a low voice. Soon after, he bunched his brows and said, "The god hunters should be in those caves. It won't be easy to search through so many caves one by one. I'll leave it to you guys to decide what to do next." Han Shuo had perfectly accomplished his mission by leading the party to this place without alerting a single god hunter. There's something strange about this god hunter base. It's clearly different from the ones we've seen before. It seems that we've caught a big fish this time, hee. Erebus licked his lips and appeared rather excited. "Let's wait for everyone to arrive first," Aobashi said in a calm voice. Aobashi's expression was calm. She said in a low voice, "Brian, you have made a great contribution this time. I will report this to the city lord after this matter is over. The city lord will reward you accordingly. He will give you a great contribution. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about it after we've annihilated those god hunters." Han Shuo wore an indifferent face. He did not show the slightest bit of emotion after hearing Aobashi's words. His cold eyes gazed at the caves and he secretly mobilized his demon generals. A few minutes later, the divine guards who were lagging behind quietly arrived. They kept a large distance from the lake and searched for hiding spots to observe the commotion at the lake. Andrina was brimming with killing intent. Her face was as cold as the lake not far away. She hatefully said, "I will kill every last one of them today. Those damned god hunters. There are too many caves. It's not practical to search through them one by one. We also don't know if there are any intersections. Should we go in?" Blightsore asked softly after a moment of silence. "Let Eugene come. It seems that the god hunters are all inside the caves. Eugene also has 100 divine guards. Perhaps the battle won't spread to the outside. Let's concentrate our forces, suggested Han Shua after thinking for a moment. The party thought for a moment and nodded. When Blightsor saw that Han Shua and the others were looking at him, he immediately came to a realization. He turned around and instructed a divine guard behind him, "Go back the way we came. Get Eugene and his men here." The divine guard did not say a word and hastily left. About 10 minutes later, Eugene arrived with his men. After taking a look at the caves, Eugene knew that Han Shua's judgment was correct. This was definitely one of the God Hunters' strongholds. Eugene was very curious about how Han Shua and his party were able to sneak in undetected. However, he did not ask too many questions. Eugene rubbed his hands and said in a gloomy face, "What are we waiting for? Let's kill our way in. There are too many caves. It would be unwise to charge in without knowing the situation inside. Why don't we force them to come out and fight them outside? Since they are all inside the caves, we will be like a turtle in a jar. We won't have to worry about any tricks," suggested Erebus. It was obvious that the party felt that Erebus' idea was more feasible. Upon hearing those words, Aobashi, Blightsor, Han Shua, and Andrina all nodded in agreement to Erebus' idea. "First, disperse your men and guard the areas along the way. Then, we will force them out," instructed Aobashi. The divine guards dispersed and guarded the areas along the way. When everything was in order, Aobashi nodded and said to Erebus, "Get them out." Under the watchful eyes of the party, Erebus took out a pitch-black spear and infused his divine energy into it. The pitch-black spear transformed into a streak of black radiance and shot towards the largest cave. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded in the valley. The spear pierced through the entrance of the cave, causing the rubble to fly everywhere. It was a huge commotion. Enemies! Oh no! What's going on? Panicked screams could be heard from the caves. In the blink of an eye, one figure after another appeared at the cave entrances. Those people had fierce and ruthless gazes. It was obvious that they were the God Hunters they were looking for. "It's them," cried Blightsor in a deep voice. "Ranged attack!" shouted Aobashi. A gale so fierce that it seemed to be able to cleave a mountain apart suddenly arose. The gale charged at the caves. The whistling of the fierce wind was extremely ear-piercing, as if it wanted to tear one's eardrums. Everywhere it passed, ancient trees that were hundreds of meters tall were snapped, and the bushes looked as if they were cut by knives, sending grass and leaves flying everywhere. Grim Gale was extremely fast and ferocious. The sharpest of his attacks traversed hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye and penetrated into several caves. 2 God Hunters were killed on the spot and 3 others were forcibly dragged out of the caves by Grim Gale. They fell unsteadily into the frigid lake below. The God Hunters who were involuntarily falling towards the lake started shrieking in fear. Plop! 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 After 3 loud sounds, the bodies of 3 God Hunters sank into the lake. 3 plumes of thick smoke rose from where they landed. Their miserable screams suddenly became even more shrill. Their bodies rapidly melted. Large chunks of skin and flesh fell off. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into 3 skeletons that sank into the lake. Everyone's faces jolted. Their eyes were filled with apprehension as they looked at the lake. Those who were about to charge into the cave immediately stopped in their tracks, fearing that they would be struck by the God Hunters and fall into the lake. "Be careful of the lake." "Ranged attack," shouted Aobashi. Rays of light, bone spikes, and puffs of black smoke shot out from the dense shrubbery and trees towards the God Hunters at the cave entrance. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so God Hunters were killed. 2 of them, who seemed to be trying to charge out, were struck midway and fell into the frigid pond. They were immediately reduced to skeletons. Han Shua did not pay attention to the battle. Instead, he stared at the lake and said in a low voice, "The poison in the lake is exactly the same as the poison produced by the God Swamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. It seems that my guess is correct. The God Swamp Pharmacy is indeed related to the God Hunters." "Brian, Are you sure that the God Swamp Pharmacy's poison is in the lake? Erebus' face turned dark and he hastily asked. I have seen that poison before. I can't be wrong, replied Han Shuo resolutely. He glanced at Eugene, who was wearing an ugly expression, and said in a gloomy voice, It seems that there's something fishy about the master of the God Swamp Pharmacy. You are slandering me. Eugene retorted, The God Swamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows was created by Stice. What does it have to do with Hasling? Does Hasling have a head full of white hair but skin as clear as jade? Han Shuo suddenly asked. You have seen him. Hasling has always kept a low profile. How did you see him? Eugene asked curiously. It couldn't be wrong, it was him. Han Shuo thought to himself. Chapter 742. All along, Han Shuo couldn't figure out the identity of the old man he had seen with his demon generals. But now, through Eugene, he was finally able to confirm that the old man was indeed the master of God Swamp Pharmacy, Hasling. From this, Han Shuo was certain that the God Swamp Pharmacy's deeds in the City of Shadows had gained Hasling's approval. Ever since Han Shuo exposed the God Swamp Pharmacy's deeds in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo and Hasling had formed an irreconcilable grudge. Now that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had replaced the God Swamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows, it meant that the feud between the two was growing. Even if Han Shuo didn't want to deal with the God Swamp Pharmacy, Hasling wouldn't let him off the hook. With that in mind, Han Shuo would destroy the God Swamp Pharmacy at all costs and get rid of Hasling. Eugene, Hasling is definitely colluding with the God Hunters. You really need to see his true colors. Han Shuo sneered. Eugene, obviously, didn't take Han Shuo's warning to heart. He merely let out a low groan and expressed his disdain for Han Shuo's words. He still believed that Han Shuo was maliciously slandering Hasling. It seemed that Han Shuo and Hasling had a pretty good relationship. The battle was still ongoing. With Aobashi in the lead, the group launched attacks at the God Hunters in the caves. Another 6 God Hunters who had revealed themselves at the cave entrances were bombarded by Aobashi and the others. All of you, retreat. A low roar came from the largest cave. The God Hunters who were trying to rush out of the cave immediately shrank back into the cave upon hearing the roar. They even used the walls of the cave to block the entrance. With that, Aobashi and the others lost their targets and couldn't kill the God Hunters. It's Brovst. He's in there. Erebus softly cried out. He seemed rather excited. All the God Hunters have entered the cave. What do we do now? Blightsore turned his head and asked Aobashi. There's an intersection between the caves. Han Shuo closed his eyes and stealthily infiltrated the cave with a few demon generals. He suddenly shouted, There's an exit inside, but it's very narrow. The God Hunters are retreating. Having witnessed their performance earlier, Aobashi and the others no longer doubted Han Shuo's words. Their expressions slightly changed. Aobashi hastily instructed, Leave 20 men on each side to guard the entrance. The rest will enter the cave. It wasn't easy to chase them all this way. We can't let them escape. Got it. Blightsore immediately agreed. He turned to Aobashi and nodded, shouting, Let's go. Eugene also gave an order and led his subordinates into the cave. Angelina's figure flickered as she took the lead and rushed out, with Han Shuo following closely behind. Aobashi, Erebus, Blightsore, and Eugene shot out from 4 different directions. One shadow after another streaked across the sky, heading straight for the cave behind the lake. In an instant, more than 100 figures landed on top of the cold pond, only a step away from those caves. As soon as he finished those words, the gravitational force around the lake suddenly increased by 100-fold. Everyone above the lake slowed down. It was at this moment that many God Hunters suddenly appeared at the cave entrances. They attacked the people above the lake who were affected by the 100-fold gravity. It was at this moment that many God Hunters suddenly appeared at the cave entrances. They attacked the people above the lake who were affected by the 100-fold gravity. Everyone was greatly affected by the 100-fold gravity. Not only did they slow down, but they also had to expend tens of times more divine energy to maintain flight. In such a state, a dozen or so of them were caught off guard and fell into the lake. Blood-curdling screams could be heard from the mouths of those who fell into the lake. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so new skeletons were added to the lake. The dozens of people who were left behind swiftly attacked the god hunters at the cave entrances. Several of the god hunters were killed and their corpses fell into the lake. Stop them! Brovst, who had a bulky body, appeared at the largest cave entrance. He wore a malevolent expression. Beside him, Gallus, who cultivated in the Edict of Darkness, and Talon, who cultivated in the Edict of Death, also stepped forward. The three turned their gazes to Andrina and immediately attacked Andrina together. They paid no heed to Aobashi, Eugene, and the others. Andrina was the first to rush out and was the closest to the three. She was caught unprepared by the sudden attack from the three. Her palms blossomed with light. She seemed to have turned into a large piece of transparent crystal in midair as she resisted the combined attacks of the three. Attack Brovst and the others! Han Shua roared. He raised his left hand and the green phosphorus gravel he refined before coming to Elysium flew towards Brovst, Eugene, and Eugene like stars. Aobashi and Erebus, the two from the City of Shadows, hastily attacked Brovst, Eugene, and Eugene. Aobashi's fine black hair fluttered in the wind. A high-speed tornado instantly took shape and spun towards the cave entrance. Erebus thrust the jet-black spear in his hand. A streak of black lightning shot out like a swimming dragon. The three who were attacking with all their might to kill Andrina had no choice but to temporarily halt their barrage of attacks. They hastily defended against Aobashi and Erebus attacks and deployed multiple layers of boundaries around the cave entrance. Ha! The three exclaimed at the same time. They suddenly discovered that specks of green phosphorus gravel fell into the cave and ignited everything it touched. Talon accidentally touched a few specks of green phosphorus gravel and her body started burning. The oily green flames were extremely vicious and charred her body in the blink of an eye. Han Shua's green phosphorus gravel was released before Aobashi. Brovst, Eugene, and Eugene thought nothing of Han Shua's green phosphorus gravel. Their boundaries were only deployed to stop Aobashi and Erebus. Therefore, they allowed the green phosphorus gravel to invade their cave. They believed that the attacks of a minor character like Han Shua wouldn't affect them. It was only when the green phosphorus gravel started burning inside the cave that they realized something was wrong. What kind of damned fire is this? Why can't it be extinguished? Arg! That bastard! I'm going to kill him! Talon cried out in pain. It seemed that she had been tormented by the green phosphorus gravel. When Brovst and Gallus saw that even Talon couldn't immediately extinguish the oily green specks, they were startled. They hastily retreated into the cave and temporarily gave up on attacking Andrina. Andrina immediately relaxed. She took advantage of the gap and leaped to the entrance of a cave. She was the first one to cross the lake. As the cave where Brovst and the other two god hunters were staying was constantly burning with green phosphorus sand, Angelina did not choose to stay there. Instead, she went to the cave where the three mid-gods were staying. As soon as she entered, she started a massacre. She showed no mercy. The three god hunters were all dragged into the frigid pond by her little hand. Very quickly, 3 god hunters were reduced to bones. Angelina took a quick glance and flew towards another cave entrance. She purposely chose an area with the highest concentration of god hunters. As soon as she arrived, she grabbed them with her tiny hands and tossed them into the lake. In just a short while, 7 more god hunters were tossed into the lake. Without Brovst and the others hindering them, Aobashi, Erebus, and the others managed to cross the frigid pond. These high god experts specifically targeted the densely populated god hunter caves. Miserable shrieks sounded from the caves as a dozen or so god hunters were killed in an instant. With that, the divine guards above the lake were relieved. They safely crossed the lake and entered the caves. Everyone, spread out and search the caves one by one. Aobashi shouted. She turned to Han Shua and asked, "Brian, can you point out where Brovst, Galas, and Galas are?" "No problem. Follow me." Talon's body was still burning with the green phosphorus sand. Han Shua would not let her go just by the smell alone. Andrina, Aobashi, and Erebus immediately followed after Han Shua. Blightsor, who had just crossed the lake, did not hesitate and followed after them. Eugene of Hushvale City let out a light groan but did not follow them. Instead, he entered another cave and started searching alone. "Be careful, there might be late-stage high god experts in the cave." Han Shua loudly reminded and led the way. The passageway was narrow and there were more and more forks in the road. Han Shua took the lead. The few scattered god hunters they encountered along the way were all killed by the few of them. When they reached the center of the mountain, they suddenly saw an enormous, sparkling, and translucent cave. The cave was filled with sparkling energy crystals that illuminated it with a dazzling radiance. There were many small passageways that extended in all directions. At the center, there was an enormous passageway that led deep into the ground. A few god hunters who were approaching from a distance hurriedly entered the passageway that led deep into the ground. "There should be an exit there." Han Shua pointed at the cave and explained. "Let's go." Aobashi did not hesitate and was the first to rush into the cave. Aobashi was the first to go down. Erebus followed her without hesitation. On the other hand, Angelina, who had been leading the charge, hesitated for a moment. She only followed after Han Shua when she saw him rush down, and Swift Wind was the last to land. They fell 1,000 meters into the cave. It was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. Other than Erebus, who cultivated in the energy of darkness, Han Shua was the only one who could barely see the surroundings. The cave walls were pitch black and seemed to lead deep into the ground. After observing for a moment, Han Shua discovered that Andrina's eyes were sparkling like energy crystals. Han Shua immediately knew that Andrina could see clearly as well. Aobashi and Blightsor continued descending. After descending for an unknown period of time, the party's feet suddenly touched solid ground. Han Shua lowered his head and saw an enormous palace that covered tens of thousands of square meters. It was built in an ancient and solemn manner. Energy towers were scattered in every corner of the palace. However, they did not emit any light. The god hunters were running around like headless flies. It seemed as though they couldn't find a way out. All of a sudden, an enormous pressure filled the space between heaven and earth. It was as though a mountain was pressing down on the party, making it hard for them to breathe. A boundless aura came from nowhere. It carried an aura of eternity, as though it was a galaxy that had existed for a very long time and would never be extinguished. In the pitch-black space, the silhouette of a 3,000-meter-tall giant gradually emerged. His enormous body filled the valley. His green eyes were like two crescent moons hanging in midair as he coldly looked down at the party above the palace. "You actually found this place," an aged voice softly sounded from the giant's mouth and reverberated in the space. "Who are you?" Erebus asked in a deep voice. "Since you are here, don't even think of leaving alive." The giant waved his hand. A world-destroying energy instantly filled every corner of the space. The energy of death and darkness in Han Shua's body were suddenly sealed. He couldn't use even the slightest bit of divine energy. Han Shua was greatly alarmed. When he raised his head, all he could see was a hazy silhouette of a lofty mountain and a pair of green eyes that resembled crescent moons. All of a sudden, Han Shua felt that this scene was very familiar. It was as though he had encountered such a situation before. After pondering for a moment, Han Shua's expression abruptly changed. He finally recalled where and when he had encountered such a scene. Back in the cemetery of death on Profound Continent, when the evil god was about to brand his soul mark on the second altar, Han Shua felt as though his mind was being hacked into pieces. Back then, in a trance, Han Shua saw a pitch-black, boundless space in his mind. In the haze, he saw the silhouette of a 3,000-meter-tall giant appearing in the void, looking down at him with a pair of green eyes that resembled crescent moons. "Surrender," there will be no pain, and you will gain eternal life. The 3,000-meter-tall giant kept repeating these words in Han Shua's mind, trying to make him submit to him. Back then, as they were separated by a great distance of material planes and the 3,000-meter-tall giant was merely a thought, Han Shua was able to resist the giant's will. However, this time, the 3,000-meter-tall giant was not an illusion, and the words he spoke were not thoughts. It was only when facing this incomparably terrifying existence that Han Shua realized that the previous experience was nothing compared to this. "Submit to me, or die," the 3,000-meter-tall giant bellowed. His voice was strangely bewitching. "Who the hell are you?" Although Aobashi couldn't see her surroundings clearly, the pair of enormous green eyes still glowed faintly. They set off the giant's enormous body, making him look incomparably mysterious and powerful. "You don't need to know," the giant said in a low voice. "This is your last chance. Do you want to live or die?" "I want to live," Erebus suddenly shouted and threw out a scroll. The boundless darkness in the area was instantly affected by the scroll. An incomparably enormous energy wave suddenly surged out from the scroll, converged into a single point, and shot at the 3,000-meter-tall giant. "You're courting death." The 3,000-meter-tall giant waved his hand and the scroll Erebus threw out shattered with a crack. A ray of light shot out from his left eye and struck Erebus. Erebus let out a miserable howl and was sent flying far away. Before coming here, Han Shua had repeatedly asked Aobashi and Erebus about how to deal with a late-stage low-god expert. But judging from the current situation, Erebus didn't even have the strength to fight back. Chapter 743. My Tian was struck by a beam of light, and no one knew if he was still alive or not. The terrifying strength of the giant left everyone helpless. In this pitch-black space, the giant's green eyes looked down and said in a low voice, "If you don't submit, only death awaits you." Seeing that the giant was about to attack again, Han Shua's expression changed, and he decided to immediately use blood escape to escape. He couldn't care less about the safety of the people around him. Glancing at Andrina one last time, he felt extremely uncomfortable. If it was possible, Han Shua would certainly be willing to take her with him, but unfortunately, he was powerless. Just as he was about to use blood escape to escape, Han Shua suddenly discovered that Andrina's body was glowing with a bright light. A sparkling and translucent energy stone flew out from her chest, and inside that energy stone was a blurry figure. Upon closer inspection, Han Shua discovered that the blurry silhouette inside the energy crystal was exactly the same as the 3,000-meter-tall giant in the darkness. Although the pair of green eyes were much smaller, the expression in the green eyes was exactly the same as the crescent moon-shaped green eyes above his head. "Andrina, you dare!" The giant actually recognized Andrina. When he saw that sparkling and translucent energy stone fly out from her chest, his voice was a little hurried, as if he was worried about something. Andrina's eyes sparkled as she stared at the energy stone in her hand. An extremely mysterious energy came out of the energy stone, and a crack appeared on the energy stone. Then, with a "kacha" sound, the entire energy stone shattered. When Han Shua raised his head, he discovered that the 3,000-meter-tall giant's figure was also sparkling with light. An ear-piercing shriek came from his mouth. Dazzling light abruptly filled every corner of the space. It was so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. The light disappeared in a flash. By the time everyone got used to it, they realized that the 3,000-meter-tall giant had disappeared. Light returned to this space, but it seemed like the world had collapsed. There were many shattered stones on the ground. Andrina's body swayed and suddenly fell backwards. Han Shua was shocked and quickly went to support Andrina. However, he saw that her little face was pale and without any trace of blood. She had also fainted. She was still holding the shattered power gem in both of her hands. The lines on her palms were cracked, as if someone had sliced them open with a knife. Even the bones of her hands were exposed. In the pitch-black depths of the underground, the surrounding energy towers emitted cracking sounds before collapsing with a loud rumble. "What's going on?" Blightsor asked Han Shua in confusion, still in a state of shock. I don't know either. It looks like Andrina did something. Anyway, that guy disappeared into thin air. Han Shua, who was carrying the fainted Andrina, suddenly recalled that Andrina seemed rather hesitant when they first descended. Han Shua wondered if it was because she knew that something like this would happen. Han Shua took out a large amount of crystal coins from his space ring and stuffed them into Andrina's mouth in a flustered manner. He said in a low voice, "You'll be fine. I won't let anything happen to you." Although he hadn't known Andrina for a long time, Han Shua had developed a tacit understanding with her. He was very fond of this mysterious little girl. If Han Shua could have predicted that this would happen, he definitely wouldn't have brought her along. Seeing that Andrina's injuries were even more serious than before, Han Shua felt very uncomfortable. "Brian, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Why did you force the crystal coins into Andrina's mouth? She has already fainted. Are you trying to choke her to death?" Aobashi, who was examining Erebus's injuries, thought that Han Shua had been confused by Andrina's injuries. Naturally, she didn't know that Andrina could use energy crystals to recover. Han Shua didn't pay any attention to her. He kept stuffing crystal coins into Andrina's mouth. He didn't care that Aobashi and the others were still around. Unfortunately, the fainted Andrina couldn't chew and the crystal coins could only be stuffed into her mouth. She couldn't feel anything and couldn't use this method to recover. The impatient Andrina hastily took out the crystal coins he stuffed into Andrina's mouth and paced back and forth with Andrina in his arms. Suddenly, Han Shua had an idea. He instantly flew to a damaged energy tower, filled it with crystal coins, and placed Andrina at the center of the energy tower. There was a magical formation at the center of the energy tower that could extract energy crystals. As soon as the crystal coins were filled, the energy tower suddenly lit up. Andrina was in the center of the energy crystal extraction area. Her body automatically absorbed the energy that was leaking out. In an instant, the energy in Han Shua's several hundred black crystal coins was completely absorbed. As soon as Han Shua saw that this method was working, he began to fill the hundreds of thousands of black crystal coins in his space ring with all his might. The energy extracted from the crystal coins were all absorbed by Andrina's body. Her pale face gradually regained some color. His tense expression loosened. Han Shua didn't dare to stop. He took out all the crystal coins he had and stuffed them into the center of the energy tower. After a while, when all his black crystal coins were used up, Andrina regained her breathing and heartbeat. Although she was still unconscious, Han Shua noticed that her body was using the energy she had just absorbed to repair her body. Han Shua had seen this situation before. Last time, Andrina was seriously injured by Brovst and the other two. She had asked him for a lot of black crystal coins and consumed them. Her body had been in this state when she fell into a coma. Han Shua finally heaved a sigh of relief. The energy tower was no longer flashing. All the energy had been absorbed by Andrina. After carrying Andrina out of the energy tower, Han Shua walked to the panic-stricken Aobashi and asked in a low voice, "How is Erebus?" "He's not dead yet, but his condition is very serious. That energy has been destroying Erebus's divine body. Erebus has no chance to fight back. At this rate, only death awaits Erebus," said Aobashi anxiously. Suddenly, she shrieked, "By the way, Brian, aren't you a pharmacist? I heard from Erebus that you have saved Carmelita twice and that you have some unique healing techniques. Come and take a look." "I'll try my best," replied Han Shua in a deep voice. As he walked towards Erebus, he placed his hand on Erebus' back. He discovered that there was indeed a bizarre energy inside Erebus' body. That energy carried a hint of the Edict of Destruction. However, it was significantly different from the destruction divine energy inside the bodies of high gods, mid-gods, and low gods that Han Shua had seen before. The divine energy inside Erebus' body appeared extremely ruthless and overbearing. It was as though it was unreasonable and unreasonable. Wherever that energy passed, Erebus' divine body could not fight back at all. His bones cracked and shattered. It was as though all the cells in his body were being destroyed. It was somewhat similar to Avery's divine energy in Carmelita's body. However, compared to this energy, Avery's divine energy was simply not worth mentioning. When Han Shuo placed his hand on Erebus' back and used demonic yuan to probe the situation inside Erebus' body, that energy carrying a hint of the Edict of Destruction rushed towards Han Shuo's demonic yuan in Erebus' body. It seemed as though it was trying to mince every bit of energy inside Erebus' body. Han Shuo was shocked and hastily withdrew the demonic yuan in Erebus' body. However, it seemed that he was a little too late. That energy flowed through Han Shuo's palm and flowed from Erebus' body to Han Shuo. In an instant, Erebus' body no longer contained that energy. Han Shuo, on the other hand, was sweating profusely. His extended left hand made cracking noises as his bones and meridians were shattered by the impact of that energy. "Brian, what's going on?" Aobashi hastily asked. She saw that Erebus' face had turned for the better while Han Shuo looked as though he had seen a ghost. "That energy has been drawn into my body." Han Shuo growled with an ugly expression. "Ah!" Aobashi shrieked. She knew how powerful and domineering that energy was. If even Erebus' divine body could not withstand it, then wouldn't Han Shuo die even faster? "Don't worry about me, Aobashi. Just take good care of Andrina for me," Han Shuo hastily shouted. He tossed Andrina to Aobashi and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. Crack crack. Han Shuo's left hand continued to make cracking noises. Aobashi saw that the veins on Han Shuo's left hand were rupturing one after another. The ruptured veins looked like earthworms as they spat out streams of blood. Han Shuo's condition was extremely bizarre. Aobashi was dumbfounded. She wanted to help Han Shuo but did not know how to do it. She stretched out her hand to catch Andrina that Han Shuo tossed to her and stood there motionlessly. "I don't think Brian will be able to survive this." Blightsor came to Aobashi's side and said in a low voice, "If it weren't for Brian and Andrina, I don't think any of us would have been able to leave this place alive. I just checked. There are still a few passages here. Those god hunters must have seized the opportunity to escape." Aobashi's pretty face was filled with anxiety. However, there was nothing she could do to help Han Shuo. All she could do was watch as his left arm was bleeding profusely and his veins ruptured. Gradually, the ruptures on his left arm extended to his shoulder. Aobashi cried out, "What do we do? What do we do? Brian is in such a state because he tried to save Erebus. What should we do? My condolences." Even Erebus couldn't hold on. Brian is even more hopeless. Blightsor sighed and said, "I really did not expect things to turn out this way. We have underestimated those god hunters all this time." "Cut the crap, you two. Who said I won't survive?" Han Shuo, who was beside them, was bitterly resisting the invasion of the energy. He was infuriated to hear the two constantly saying that he was going to die. "You can still talk." Aobashi cried out in surprise. She hastily asked, "Brian, how do you think I should help you? Take Andrina and Erebus out of here. Don't be an eyesore. In short, don't let me see you. I won't die so easily." Han Shuo instructed. "You are already in such a state. How can we leave now?" Blightsor, of course, wouldn't blame Han Shuo for yelling and screaming. He said in a deep voice, "Besides, those god hunters might come back. When that time comes, there will be no one around. Wouldn't you be dead? You two, please leave first. I won't blame you." Han Shuo shrieked, "Aobashi, I saved Erebus and Andrina saved everyone. Please don't disturb my mind." Aobashi was stunned. She looked at Han Shuo with an extremely strange gaze. After staring blankly for a long while, when she saw that Han Shuo was still nagging them to leave and his tone was getting more and more impolite, she fiercely stomped her foot and shouted, "I don't care. I hope I can live to see you again. Brian, Blightsor, will remember this favor." Blightsoar solemnly said. He grabbed Erebus and Aobashi and left together. Seeing that Aobashi and Blightsoar had completely disappeared, Han Shoa could no longer suppress his anger. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn it, come at me. Let's see if you can really kill me." The energy in Han Shoa's arm was instantly released into his limbs and bones. Without any restraint, that energy traveled at an extremely fast speed throughout Han Shoa's body. Crack! 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 Crisp sounds kept coming from within Han Shoa's body. If Aobashi and Blightsoar were here, they would definitely see that Han Shoa's skin and flesh were torn and his body was drenched in blood. He looked as ferocious as one could imagine. Activating the invincible omen body, every cell in Han Shoa's body was brimming with energy. His body suddenly became extremely tough. The broken tendons and veins in his arm were reconnecting at a speed visible to the naked eye. His bones were also reassembling. If Aobashi and Blightsoar were here, they would definitely be shocked by what they saw. In just a short while, his left arm that was in a terrible state just a moment ago had recovered to its original state. Not a single scar could be seen. The cracking sounds continued in his body. His tendons and veins were ruptured and his bones were shattered. Then, he activated the invincible omen body. The broken tendons and bones were reconnecting and reassembling at a crazy speed. Gradually, the energy that was rampaging in Han Shoa's body grew weaker and weaker. The speed at which it flowed also became slower and slower. Master, absorb that energy and fuse it with your avatar that cultivates in the Edict of Destruction. This energy actually has its own consciousness. Its consciousness will be greatly beneficial to your avatar. Cauldron Spirit suddenly shouted in Han Shoa's consciousness. Han Shoa was astonished. He did not expect that energy to have its own consciousness. No wonder it was so hard to deal with. This energy indeed contains the divine energy of destruction, but it's a little different from the divine energy in an ordinary god's body. I'm not sure if my avatar can devour it. Moreover, the consciousness of this energy is to destroy everything. My avatar might not be able to withstand it. Han Shoa's avatar might be able to handle this energy, but his avatar did not cultivate in demonic arts. He had no confidence in being able to withstand it. Master, guide that power to me. I'll refine the autonomous consciousness inside it. After that, your avatar will be fine. Cauldron Spirit immediately replied. Han Shoa was overjoyed. Since Cauldron Spirit was able to refine even divine souls, it shouldn't be a problem for it to refine this consciousness energy. Han Shoa, who was used to borrowing Cauldron Spirit's energy, used Invincible Omen Body to force the weakened energy and guided it to Cauldron Spirit bit by bit. Although this energy had its own consciousness, it was very straightforward. As soon as it saw that other areas could not be destroyed, it flowed towards the exit that Han Shoa had prepared for it. Han Shoa's body relaxed and the energy flowed from his body to the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. Suddenly, the Cauldron of Myriad Demon started rotating gently in Han Shoa's body. The demon generals in the Cauldron of Myriad Demon began to dance and twirl around the energy in a miraculous trajectory, slowly digesting the consciousness of the energy. There were more than 20 divine souls trapped inside the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. Those divine souls were the divine souls of the recently deceased god-hunters and divine guards that Han Shoa collected before entering the cave. It appeared that the Cauldron Spirit had not had the time to refine these divine souls into demon generals. That was why they were trapped in this form. The demons inside the Cauldron of Myriad Demon danced. Streaks of black radiance shot towards the energy. The demon generals were interfering with the consciousness of the energy. A wisp of green smoke drifted out from the walls of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon and suddenly shot into the body of the energy that was entangled by the demon generals. The energy that was immobilized by the demon generals suddenly began to struggle violently, as though it knew that its time was up. The wisp of green smoke swayed for a moment, as though it had completely taken over the consciousness of the energy. Gradually, the demon generals flew out one after another and settled down on the walls of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. The energy that Han Shoa sent into the Cauldron Spirit had completely settled down. It was guided by the cauldron spirit into his avatar of destruction that was sitting inside the cauldron of myriad demon. Master, there are no more problems. I have forcibly reversed the consciousness of the energy. You can now fuse it with your avatar. It was at this moment that the cauldron spirit transmitted a message to Han Shua's consciousness. Han Shua was overjoyed. His main consciousness completely relaxed and the energy slowly flowed into his avatar inside the cauldron of myriad demon. As soon as the energy entered Han Shua's body, his avatar started to absorb it using the devouring method that god hunters usually used. It started to fuse with the energy bit by bit. During this process, the avatar's mind also intermittently received some information. The information came from the self-consciousness of the power, and all of it was related to the mysteries of the laws of destruction. Among them were the complete cultivation and usage methods of the orb of destruction. The cauldron spirit was indeed marvelous. After being refined by Han Shua, the energy showed no signs of resistance and cooperatively fused with Han Shua's avatar. Han Shua felt that the divine energy of destruction in his body was rapidly increasing every second. The feeling of energy filling every corner of his body was as though Han Shua's avatar was borrowing the energy of the cauldron spirit. But Han Shua knew that the constantly increasing divine energy of his avatar would forever become a part of his body. It would not be like the cauldron spirit's energy, where his body would not be able to withstand it. The miraculous realization was immediately reflected in the mind of his avatar. Suddenly, the divine energy in his body violently revolved and began to compress in a certain trajectory. Just like how he condensed the orb of destruction using the divine energy of destruction, the divine energy in his body rapidly condensed. A breakthrough. Han Shua was overjoyed. He knew that this avatar of destruction was about to advance to mid-god. Chapter 744. The avatar cultivating in the cauldron of myriad demon that cultivated in the edict of destruction had successfully ascended to mid-god realm with the help of a strand of bizarre energy. What delighted Han Shua even more was that the strand of energy was still fusing with him. That strand of energy continued to fuse with Han Shua even after he became an early-stage mid-god of destruction. His body continued to expand. His understanding of the edict of destruction gradually fused with the soul of his avatar. During this process, Han Shua's shattered meridians and bones were rapidly reconnecting and reassembling. Popping noises could be heard from his body. It was as though firecrackers were being set off inside his body. Anyone who saw it would surely be startled. In this state, the concept of time was often very indifferent. He didn't even know how much time had passed. He only heard a series of crisp sounds vibrating in every part of his body, and his whole body involuntarily swayed along with the crisp sounds. It looked extremely strange. Congratulations, Master. Your body has been strengthened once again. It seems that you have truly cultivated your invincible omen body to the second realm. Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded in Han Shua's consciousness. Han Shua was jolted awake from the silence. He shook his head from side to side. His neck was emitting crisp and clear creaking noises. It was as though he was a precise instrument that was operating at a special rhythm. Gradually, the creaking noises from his body completely disappeared. Han Shua grinned and asked Cauldron Spirit, "You are saying that I can automatically regenerate my invincible omen body without borrowing your energy?" "Yes. Not only that, as your body has been strengthened once again, you can borrow my energy for a longer period of time," Cauldron Spirit explained. Very good, very good." Han Shua was overjoyed. Inside the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shua's avatar that cultivated in the edict of destruction was still meditating. His tough and resilient body was repairing itself. After an indeterminate period of time, Han Shua raised his head and looked around. He saw that the enormous underground palace was completely empty. Large chunks of rubble were strewn all over the place. The rocks were dark purple in color and looked as black as charcoal in the dim underground. The energy towers in the surroundings had all collapsed. The palace at the center was riddled with holes from the rubble. It had long lost its original solemnity and dignity. Blightsor and Aobashi must have carefully inspected the place before they left. There shouldn't be anything special that they missed. He circled the area a few times but did not find anything of value. The palaces and energy towers here were all made of stone. At a glance, there were only broken and scattered stones everywhere. There was nothing else. Now that this place had been discovered and the god hunters had long escaped, Han Shuo, who had recovered from his injuries, felt that there was no need to stay any longer after seeing that he couldn't find anything of value. He immediately flew back up the path he came from. After traversing through the pitch-black tunnel, Han Shuo arrived at the entrance of the descent. His demon generals were still roaming around the caverns as per Han Shuo's orders. However, those caverns were completely empty. Be it the divine guards or god hunters of the three cities, they had all vanished without a trace. Arriving above the cold pond, Han Shuo lowered his head and peeked at the bottom of the pond. He felt that the gravity had returned to normal, so he slowly descended. Looking at the jet-black pond water, he frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, he took out a medicine bottle and poured some of the pond water into it. "Eh!" Han Shuo softly exclaimed. He carefully observed the pond water in the medicine bottle for a moment. When he looked at the jet-black pond water again, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Han Shuo had a lingering fear towards the poison produced by God Swamp Pharmacy. Even a mid-god would be instantly melted after falling into the pond water. The intense corrosive properties of the pond water made Han Shuo extremely fearful of it. Originally, Han Shuo had thought that the pond water had been filled with a large amount of poison for it to be so terrifyingly corrosive. But now that he thought about it carefully, he felt that something wasn't quite right. The pond occupied an enormous area and the water was bottomless. How much poison would have been wasted to make the pond water so corrosive? Based on Han Shuo's observations of the god's medicine, this kind of poison appeared to be very precious even in their hands. It seemed that the process of refining it was extremely difficult. Based on Han Shuo's estimation, for the frigid pond to have such a strong corrosive effect, it would require at least several tons of poison to dissolve. However, to pour so many precious poisons into this frigid lake just to form a weak barrier, was there something wrong with the god hunter's head? Han Shuo felt that something wasn't quite right. He split off a strand of his consciousness to carefully observe the pond water in the medicine bottle. All of a sudden, Han Shuo discovered that although the pond water contained the same poison, it wasn't as potent as the poison produced by God Swamp Pharmacy. After thinking about it carefully, Han Shuo came to a strange conclusion. Could it be that the God Swamp Pharmacy's poison was extracted from the pond water? As soon as this sudden thought entered Han Shuo's mind, he felt that it was highly possible. When he looked at the jet-black pond water again, he couldn't help but be astonished. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo extended his left index finger and dripped a drop of pond water onto his left index finger. A wisp of smoke immediately emerged from Han Shuo's index finger. An intense corrosive energy invaded every cell and bone in Han Shuo's index finger, as though it was trying to dissolve his hand into a puddle of blood. Sensing the terrifying destructive power of the corrosive energy, Invincible Omen Body automatically mobilized the demonic yuan in Han Shuo's body. As soon as the drop of pond water dripped onto his index finger, Han Shuo's demonic yuan immediately formed layers of defensive energy to resist the corrosive energy. His demonic yuan was rapidly depleting. Sizzle! Sizzle! The smoke on his finger grew thicker and darker. Under the effect of Invincible Omen Body, Han Shuo expended some of his demonic yuan to dissolve the corrosive energy. The ruptured cells on his finger regenerated and soon, his finger was as good as new. What a powerful corrosive energy! It's 100 times more terrifying than the strongest acid. Han Shuo was shocked. Those divine guards and god hunters who fell into the pond would have their entire bodies subjected to the corrosive energy. Their divine energy would be completely depleted in a short period of time. That was why they would turn into bones and eventually blood that would be absorbed into the pond. Now that Han Shuo had his guard up and his Invincible Omen Body was extremely miraculous, a single drop of pond water wouldn't be able to harm him. This is truly the best medicine for silencing witnesses and destroying evidence. Han Shua sighed in amazement. He took out an enormous medicine bottle from his space ring and started filling it with the pond water. He was going to take his time to study it. The terrifying corrosive energy contained in the pond water was not only suitable for destroying corpses, but it could also greatly increase the destructive power of some malicious demonic treasures. Since Han Shua dared to devour the divine energy of others, he wasn't prejudiced against this kind of poison. If the God Swamp Pharmacy hadn't attacked him beforehand, Han Shua wouldn't have cared about what the God Swamp Pharmacy was doing. He might even have secretly purchased some of the poison from the God Swamp Pharmacy. To achieve one's goal by hook or by crook had always been Han Shua's motto. He was delighted to see his prey and filled a few large medicine bottles with the pond water. It seems like the God Swamp Pharmacy also extracted the poison from the lake water here. You've really gotten lucky this time. But why would the pond become like this? Han Shua was puzzled. The pond wouldn't become like this for no reason. There must be a reason. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shua decided to investigate the pond. The corrosive power of the pond water was astonishing. If he were to recklessly enter without mastering the invincible omen body, his entire body would have to endure the terrifying corrosive power. After testing the effects of that drop of water, Han Shua didn't think that his demonic yuan would be enough to support his entire body in the pond. Han Shua first tried throwing metal, glass, and crystal coins into the cold pond. He discovered that the corrosive power of the pond water only seemed to have such a terrifying corrosive power towards flesh and blood, and didn't seem to be too affected by the corrosive power of the pond water for cold, inanimate objects like glass. Han Shua had experimented with demon generals before and discovered that the corrosive energy of the pond water seemed to have an effect on demon generals as well. Although it wasn't as obvious as it was on flesh and blood, the demon generals were extremely afraid of falling into the pond. The corrosive energy of the pond water seemed to have an effect on all living creatures. After pondering for a moment, Han Shua took out the demonic jade flame shuttle. With a thought, the demonic jade flame shuttle flew into the pond. The demonic jade flame shuttle was a demonic treasure refined by Han Shua. It did not have any signs of life. Although it would still be affected by the corrosive energy of the pond water, it was completely bearable for the demonic jade flame shuttle. Without demon generals attached to the demonic jade flame shuttle, Han Shua couldn't clearly see the situation at the bottom of the pond. He could only sense that the pond water was extremely deep. Han Shua, who couldn't clearly see the bottom of the pond after drifting for a while with the demonic jade flame shuttle, found nothing. He had no choice but to take out the demonic jade flame shuttle from the bottom of the pond. "Master, let me do it," Cauldron Spirit suddenly transmitted to Han Shua's mind. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment before he worriedly asked, "I have tried many times. The corrosive energy of the pond water is effective on all living creatures. Even demon generals wouldn't dare to fall into it. Will you be alright? As a demonic treasure, this kind of corrosive energy can't do anything to me. If I had tens of thousands of demon generals in my cauldron, I wouldn't be afraid of corrosive energy 100 times stronger than this." Cauldron Spirit proudly replied. It was only after hearing those words that Han Shua recalled that Cauldron Spirit was a demonic treasure. As the #1 demonic weapon in Gu Tianxia's possession and a demonic token worshipped by all demonic cultivators, even though it was greatly weakened, the corrosive energy of the pond water shouldn't be able to harm it. "Alright. Be careful and see if there are any oddities in the pond. I have a feeling that there must be a special reason why the pond water possesses such strong corrosive energy. It can't be formed out of thin air." Han Shua nodded after thinking for a moment. With one thought, Cauldron Spirit slowly flew out from Han Shua's body and automatically descended into the pond. Chapter 745. When Cauldron Spirit entered the lake, Han Shua was a little nervous. Then, he received a message from Cauldron Spirit, "Master, don't worry. I'm fine." Han Shua was relieved after hearing Cauldron Spirit's reassurance. As soon as Cauldron Spirit entered the lake, Han Shua could clearly see the situation at the bottom of the lake through Cauldron Spirit. After descending for a while, Han Shua arrived at the bottom of the lake. A dozen or so jet-black specks of light were constantly emitting faint light at the bottom of the lake. Cauldron Spirit circled around the bottom of the lake and arrived at the first jet-black speck. A jet-black spike over a meter long was quietly lying at the bottom of the lake. The jet-black spike looked extremely sharp and appeared to be the fang of a large magical beast. When Cauldron Spirit approached the spike, it transmitted to Han Shua, "Master, this fang seems to be the main cause of the strong corrosive power of the lake water. The water near the fang is even more corrosive. Collect." Han Shua straightforwardly commanded. Cauldron Spirit acted according to Han Shua's instructions. It hooked itself onto the fang. Light flashed from Cauldron Spirit's body and the meter-long fang vanished into Cauldron Spirit. Cauldron Spirit rapidly moved towards another location that was emitting a faint black glow. Another fang was picked up by Cauldron Spirit. After circling around the bottom of the lake, there were no longer any jet-black specks of light at the bottom of the lake. The lake water seemed to have suddenly become a little clearer. "There's nothing left," Cauldron Spirit transmitted. "That's enough. Come up," Han Shua instructed. Cauldron Spirit carried the 17 fangs and slowly floated up to the surface. After collecting the fangs, the cauldron of myriad demons slightly enlarged. By the time it emerged from the lake, it was at least dozens of times larger than before. Clang, the cauldron of myriad demon poured out a total of 17 fangs. The fangs collided with each other and emitted crisp metallic sounds. The 17 sharp fangs were placed in front of Han Shua. The shortest was 1 meter and the longest was 1.5 meters. Every one of them was jet black and glistening. Taking out an ordinary long sword, Han Shua slashed down. With a clang sound, the long sword shattered, but the fang didn't even have a dent. Although the long sword was ordinary, the strength of Han Shua's slash was extremely fast. Even the long sword was broken into 7 or 8 pieces, but the fangs were safe and sound. This made Han Shua immediately realize that the fangs were very strong. "Eh!" Han Shua cried out in surprise. Not only did he discover that the fangs were extremely sharp, but he also sensed an oppressive chill. Standing next to the 17 fangs, he felt as though he was standing in a cave of ice. Even with Han Shua's abnormal adaptability to the environment, he still felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This was sufficient proof that the fangs were indeed bone-chilling. Cauldron Spirit placed the items in front of Han Shua and returned to Han Shua's body of its own accord. It transmitted to him, "The 17 fangs are bone-chilling and possess terrifying corrosive power. They can be refined into a demonic weapon." Han Shua nodded. His face was filled with a dazzling smile as he softly said, "Hee, my luck is indeed good. But it's all thanks to you. I believe that there will be people who are curious about the lake, but none of them would dare to explore it with their own flesh and blood. Besides, most divine weapons in this universe can't be withdrawn and released at will. Even if they know that there are treasures down there, they can't do anything about it. There are changes in the lake," Cauldron Spirit reminded. Han Shua picked up the 17 fangs with a long sword and stored them into his space ring. Then, he turned his attention to the lake in front of him. After losing the 17 fangs, the lake was no longer overflowing with cold air. Moreover, the jet-black water of the lake seemed to be gradually clearing up. Judging from the changes in the lake's water, the 17 fangs were indeed the cause of the lake's abnormality. This made Han Shua very excited. He did not expect that he would reap such a great harvest on this trip. After narrowly escaping death, not only did Han Shua's avatar of destruction make a breakthrough to midgodhood, his main body, Invincible Omen Body, had also officially cultivated to the second stage without Cauldron Spirit's help. Han Shua's main body, Invincible Omen Body, had officially cultivated to the second stage without the help of Cauldron Spirit. And now that he had obtained the 17 bizarre fangs that could be used to refine demonic weapons, Han Shua had truly reaped a bountiful harvest. Han Shua used his demon generals to scout the surroundings. He still did not discover a single god hunter or divine guards from the 3 cities. Seeing that there was nothing else in the God Hunter Valley that could attract his attention, Han Shuo decided to return to Sky Orchid Fort, which was under the jurisdiction of the City of Shadows. 3 days after Han Shuo left, the lake had lost the 17 fangs. Under the scorching sun, the special composition of the lake turned into wisps of light smoke and dissipated. After a few more days, the lake was no longer as dark as it used to be. It was no longer as cold as it used to be. It had become an ordinary lake, and the water was still very clear. A group of people stealthily came to the side of the lake. One of them was constantly whistling like an owl, as though he was transmitting some sort of message. After a long while, that person asked curiously, "Where are those god hunters? Why aren't there any responses? It's a little strange today. We didn't encounter any interrogations along the way. We arrived here so easily. This is totally different from usual." Another person softly cried out. "Whatever, let's get the item first." Another person took out an enormous metal bucket and walked towards the lake with it. "Ah!" He immediately let out a shriek. He seemed extremely shocked. "What's wrong?" The others were startled and hastily asked. "The lake, how did the lake turn into this?" The person who screamed pointed at the deep lake in front of him. His face was filled with shock. When the few people got closer to take a look, they saw that the previously dark and cold lake water had turned clear and transparent. In this quiet mountain, Tanai appeared to be very romantic. However, it was obvious that they didn't like this elegant scenery. Each of them casually took out a magical beast that looked like a small squirrel and used a spear to lift it into the water. The small squirrel-like magical beast flopped in the water, showing no signs of dissolving. How could this be? He put on a stunned face and said, "This is bad. I don't know how to explain this to Master. Something has happened to those god hunters. Not a single one of them is inside." One of the people who had entered the cave ahead of time to investigate the lake cried out in a deep voice. "We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave as soon as possible lest we get into trouble." The person casually tossed the small squirrel in his hand away, turned around, and left. The others also knew that this place was no longer safe and secluded. They wanted to leave this place before anyone else came. Hushvale City, inside a secret chamber in Godswamp Pharmacy. Hassling wore a gloomy face as he listened to the description of the person in the magical mirror. After a long while, he asked, "Not a single god hunter has disappeared?" "Yes, Master." The person who was holding a bucket of water replied respectfully from the mirror. Hassling bunched his brows and rubbed his glabella in a rather troubled manner. He lowered his head and asked, "Even if all the god hunters have been killed, how did the lake become like that?" "I don't know. When we went there, it was already like that." Hassling answered straightforwardly. After keeping silent for a moment, Hassling raised his head solemnly and said, "From this moment onwards, do not contact those god hunters. Cut off all contact with them. Erase all traces of our relationship with them." "Understood, Master." Hassling replied curtly. After cutting off the connection with his mirror image, Hassling got up and left the secret room. He walked out of the potion shop and headed towards Eugene's house. "Mr. Hassling, our lord has not returned to Hushvale City yet." "My apologies," the guard at the door said in a courteous manner. He recognized Hassling. "When Eugene returns to the city, please tell him that I am looking for him." Hassling instructed the guard smilingly before he left. What in the world happened? That god hunter leader is so terrifying. How could something like that happen in the valley? Hassling couldn't figure out what happened in the valley. He also didn't know that Han Shuo had figured out that he was colluding with the god hunters. Sky Orchid Fort Han Shuo arrived at the gate of the fort and immediately asked the Divine Guard, "Are Lord Aobashi and Lord Erebus in the fort?" The Divine Guard, who recognized Han Shuo, shook his head and replied, "The two lords have not returned to the fort since they left with you." "I thought that they were with you. Is that not the case?" How long has it been since we left the fort? Han Shua's heart turned cold and he softly cried out. About 2 months. The Divine Guard was rather puzzled as to why Han Shua would ask such a retarded question. It took Han Shua more than a month to return to Skyorchid Fort. They spent 2 to 3 days outside the valley to figure out the situation. In other words, it took them about 15 to 16 days to fuse with that energy. Han Shua knew that every time he made a breakthrough in demonic arts or had an epiphany of his avatars, time would pass without him noticing. Han Shua bunched his brows and pondered for a moment. He was certain that Aobashi and the others did not return to Skyorchid Fort while he was fighting against that energy. It was very likely that they were searching for the God Hunters. If Lord Aobashi and Lord Erebus did not return to the fort, did they send any message back? Asked Han Shua. The Divine Guard shook his head again. Han Shua sighed in his mind and helplessly entered Skyorchid Fort. After arriving at the room that Erebus had prepared for him, Han Shua greeted the temporary person in charge of the fort and told him to inform him as soon as he received any news from Aobashi and Erebus. Standing before the vast ocean, Aobashi, Erebus, Blightsore, and Eugene sighed. Aobashi shook her head and helplessly said, "Although we have killed quite a number of God Hunters along the way, those 3 managed to escape. I wonder if our operation this time can be considered a success." "I guess so. At least we have never killed so many God Hunters before. Moreover, we have found that God Hunter's nest," said Blightsore in a deep voice after thinking for a moment. "I wonder how Brian is doing. Sigh, if I had known it would turn out this way, I would have rather been killed by that energy." Erebus' face was pale. His complexion was obviously not as good as Aobashi and the others. It seemed that he would need some time to recover. Aobashi sighed as she looked at Angelina, who was being carried by a Divine Guard not far away. She said, "Angelina hasn't woken up yet, and I don't know if Brian can make it. This time, we are not a success at all. Brovst and the other 2 have disappeared in this vast ocean. It is impossible for us to find them in this region. I think it is time for us to go back and report to our superiors." Eugene of Hushvale City looked deeply at Andrina and hesitated for a moment before he said, "According to what you have said, that God Hunter leader should know Andrina. This little girl is the key. If she wakes up and explains what happened that day, please inform Hushvale City. We'll talk about it when the time comes." It was obvious that Erebus wasn't very fond of talking to Eugene. Ever since he learned that Han Shua had saved his life, Erebus had grown to hate Eugene, who had always disliked Han Shua. His words were clearly insincere. Eugene did not mind. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "Well then, I shall take my leave." Aobashi waved her hand and said in a lazy voice, "Have a safe journey." It was at this moment that an intense energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the void above their heads. A blurry silhouette gradually appeared in the void. It appeared to be a graceful woman. She wore a long white robe that completely covered her body, but her facial features remained blurry. The bizarre energy fluctuation suddenly enveloped the entire region. All living beings within a radius of several hundred miles could sense that this energy was definitely not something that a mortal god could contend against. The faces of Aobashi and the others jolted. They raised their heads and looked at the silhouette that appeared in the void. They suddenly realized that even their will to resist had vanished. Although the divine energies in their bodies were still present, they had no intention of resisting. It was as though they were willing to commit suicide before that woman's words. This feeling of helplessness filled them with fear. They widened their eyes and looked at the blurry silhouette of the woman in the void. None of them could say a word. "I'm here to bring Andrina home. I'm her mother." A clear and melodious voice sounded. Andrina's petite body slowly rose into the air. The divine guard who was carrying Andrina looked on helplessly as Andrina's body flew higher and higher. She had no intention of stopping her. Andrina flew further and further away under the guidance of a bizarre energy. As her petite body gradually became blurry, the woman in the void said softly, please tell Brian that I thank him for taking care of Andrina all these days." As soon as she finished speaking, a strange light flashed in midair. Andrina and the woman's silhouette suddenly disappeared without a trace. In an instant, the energy that had enveloped the entire space vanished. Everyone immediately returned to normal. Their faces were extremely ugly. Who is that woman? Why can't I have any desire to let go of my divine energy in front of her? Eugene asked in a low voice. He had never expected that he would one day feel so powerless and frustrated when facing an illusory figure in midair. Aobashi put on a bitter smile and said, "Why do I feel that this woman is even more terrifying than that God Hunter leader? Although I would surely die before that God Hunter leader, at least I still have the desire to fight to the death. But facing her, even if she tells me to kill myself, I will do it without the slightest hesitation. She's too terrifying. She said that she's Andrina's mother. In that case, Andrina should be fine. I just don't know how to explain this to Brian." Erebus sighed. He had yet to recover from his shock. He's already dead. What else is there to explain? Eugene softly muttered. "Shut up." Erebus glared at Eugene. Aobashi and Blightsore also glared at him with cold, unfriendly gazes. It was as though the three of them would join forces to kill him if he disagreed with them. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. The divine guards in the distance became vigilant. "It's time for me to return. See you all." Eugene obviously knew that he wasn't welcome. He raised his head and gazed at the figure that had long vanished. He thought to himself, who exactly is that woman? Why is she so terrifying? Soon after, Eugene left. Blightsore thought for a moment before he put on a bitter smile and said, "I have seen too many strange things this time. You too, I will have to report to Mirage City immediately." Blightsore was very puzzled about this operation. Many things that happened along the way had exceeded his expectations. He was having a headache about how to explain this to the city lord of Mirage City. "Let's meet again when we have time. If you ever come to the City of Shadows, I will treat you to a drink." Erebus had a pretty good impression of Blightsore. "No problem." Blightsore laughed heartily. Then, his expression turned gloomy and he said, "If you see Brian, please send him my regards. If you all have time to come to Mirage City, I will also warmly welcome you." Upon finishing those words, Blightsore shook his head, sighed, and left with the divine guards of Mirage City. Should we return to that valley? Brian might still be there. After Blightsore and his divine guards left, Erebus hesitated for a moment before he asked Aobashi in a low voice. "If Brian is fine, he wouldn't still be in the valley." Aobashi glared at Erebus and said, "Do you really think that he is dead?" Erebus shrunk his head in fear after being glared at by Aobashi. He helplessly sighed and said, "That energy is very peculiar. When it entered my body, it severely damaged my divine body, but I couldn't do anything about it. Brian's chances of survival are slim." Whenever Erebus heard someone mention that Han Shuo was going to die, he would immediately fly into a rage. But deep in his heart, he did not think that Han Shuo could survive. "Brian was full of energy when he drove us away. He is not as useless as you. I think he will be fine." Aobashi groaned and said, "I have not known him for long, but I trust him more than you do. I think he will be fine. That youngster said some nasty things when he drove me away. I have yet to settle the score with him. How can he die? All right, I'm not going back." Erebus was very afraid of Aobashi. He waved his hand and instructed one of his divine guards, "Go back and check out the situation in the valley. If there are any god hunters, report back immediately." Erebus winked when he said those words. It was obvious that he was implying something. That divine guard was Erebus' trusted aide. He immediately nodded and replied, "Rest assured, my lord, I know what to do. Isn't it just searching for Brian's body? Divine guards are no fools, of course they can handle such a trivial matter. Go." Erebus waved his hand and said to Aobashi, can we go back now? Let's go. Aobashi sighed in her heart. She did not say much about Erebus's actions. Even if Erebus didn't do so, she would have sent a squad of divine guards back to the valley to check on the situation. If Han Shuo was really killed, at the very least, they would have to bring his body back to the city lord and give him an explanation. My lords, you have finally returned. The divine guard at the entrance of Skyorchid Fort respectfully saluted before he put on a bitter smile and said, Lord Brian has been waiting for you for more than 10 days. If you had not returned, he would have left the city to look for you. What? Erebus cried out in surprise. He hastily asked, what did you just say? Say it again. I said, welcome back to the city, my lords. The divine guard was startled. He had never seen Erebus making such a big fuss. He was extremely uncomfortable and wondered if he had said something wrong. Not that, but the one after that. Erebus shouted again. This time, there was a hint of joy on his face. Lord Brian has been waiting for more than 10 days. The divine guard thought to himself. He wondered if something had happened between Erebus and Lord Brian. That's it. Erebus laughed heartily. He was so happy that he did not resemble the solemn chief of the Third Corps at all. He smilingly said to Aobashi, whose face had suddenly turned relaxed, see, I told you that youngster is blessed with a long life. How could anything happen to him? Aobashi's mood was lifted when she heard that Han Shuo was fine. She glared at Erebus and reprimanded, who was the one who didn't trust him? You even sent your men to collect his corpse. Do you really think I don't know what you're up to? It's all right. Erebus laughed heartily. He walked over and patted the divine guard's shoulder. He smilingly said, well done. The divine guard was stunned. He stood there in a daze and did not know what was going on. He thought to himself, could it be that even Lord Erebus has noticed my hard work recently? I've finally made it. I don't have to guard the gate anymore. Han Shuo had been waiting in Skyorchid Fort for more than a dozen days. Just as he was about to give up waiting for news and head out to investigate, he suddenly received news that Aobashi had returned. Han Shuo was overjoyed. He immediately flew out from the room Erebus had arranged for him. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the gods in Skyorchid Fort, he flew straight to the intersection. Han Shuo took a careful look but did not see Andrina. His heart sank and his face turned gloomy. Erebus and Aobashi were overjoyed. They encountered Han Shuo on the road. The two were startled to see Han Shuo's appearance. They thought that Han Shuo had not fully recovered from his injuries. Erebus was the first to rush to Han Shuo's side and asked in a concerned manner, Brian, what's wrong? Have you not fully recovered from your injuries? Han Shuo did not answer Erebus. He asked Aobashi in a deep voice, where's Andrina? Why is she nowhere to be seen after the two of you have returned? What did you promise me when I handed Andrina over to you? Where is she? Han Shuo's tone turned a little agitated. Aobashi stared blankly for a moment before she realized what Han Shuo meant. She cried out, don't worry. Andrina will be fine. She has just been taken away by her mother. Chapter 746. Very quickly, Aobashi and Erebus recounted the incident to Han Shuo. After they were done, Han Shuo remained silent for a long while. After a long while, Han Shuo let out a soft sigh and softly said, that's for the best. Her mother should be taking good care of her. I don't know who that woman is, but I feel that she is much more terrifying than the God Hunter leader. I don't have the slightest desire to resist her. Erebus seemed rather fearful at the mention of Andrina's mother. This matter has come to an end. There shouldn't be any more God Hunters appearing in Skyorchid Fort for the time being. I will return to the City of Shadows with you and report this incident to the City Lord, said Aobashi. Erebus, do you know anything about the God Hunter leader's background and strength? Han Shuo asked after thinking for a moment. Erebus forced a smile and shook his head. He replied, not a clue. But according to my observations, the God Hunter leader was only a clone underground. I don't know what method Andrina used to shatter the clone. Otherwise, none of us would have been able to leave this place alive. Han Shuo thought to himself. Even without Andrina's help, Han Shuo could have easily retreated using sanguine disassembly. However, Erebus, Aobashi, and the others might not have escaped death. It's a pity that Andrina was taken away by her mother. Otherwise, we could ask her when she wakes up. The God Hunter leader knows Andrina. She must know something about the God Hunter leader, said Aobashi disappointedly. Even if Andrina wasn't taken away by her mother, she wouldn't talk about it after she wakes up. Han Shuo shook his head. Having spent so much time with Andrina, Han Shuo knew that if Andrina didn't want to talk about it, there was no point in asking. Why? Asked Erebus. After taking a short pause, he asked, Brian, how did you and Andrina get to know each other? We met by chance. When I first met Andrina, she was being hunted by God Hunters. After answering Erebus' last question, Han Shuo said, I have long asked Andrina about the God Hunters but she kept her mouth shut about it. There's nothing I can do about it. I see. Aobashi nodded and said, all right, let's return to the City of Shadows and discuss this matter with the City Lord. Given the City Lord's insight, he might be able to learn something about the God Hunter leader. All right. Erebus agreed. Han Shuo, of course, had no objections. The party stayed in Skyorchid Fort for a day. Aobashi and Erebus made arrangements for their subordinates, gave a few instructions to the person in charge of the fort, and left with Han Shuo. Half a month later, the three returned to the City of Shadows. Before Han Shuo could return to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Erebus and Aobashi went to the Saint Residence to meet with Wallace and Andre, the City Lord of the City of Shadows. This was the spacious room where Wallace would discuss official business. The stone pillars around the room were engraved with marvelous drawings and soundproofing boundaries that prevented anyone from eavesdropping. Wallace sat on a spacious chair and wore a solemn expression. Andre stood to the side, waiting for Han Shuo and the others to arrive. What happened? Wallace asked in a deep voice when he saw Aobashi and the others. The message you sent wasn't very clear. What exactly happened in the valley? Aobashi, who was highly regarded by Wallace, put on a rather bitter face after hearing those words. She softly sighed and said, it's very complicated. It's like this, what happened in Tanai Mountain was narrated by Aobashi. Erebus would chime in from time to time. Han Shuo stood to the side without saying a word and quietly listened to their conversation. When Aobashi mentioned how the God Hunter leader easily destroyed the scroll Erebus released and severely injured Erebus with just a flash of green light from his eyes, Wallace and Andre's faces jolted. They appeared to be extremely shocked. Very quickly, Aobashi and Erebus described the incident in detail. After they were done, Wallace and Andre remained silent for a long time as though they were pondering something important. That's what happened. Aobashi softly cleared her throat and reminded Wallace and Andre when she saw that Wallace and Andre were silent. Wallace and Andre exchanged a grave glance. Then, Wallace bunched his brows and asked Erebus, so, that God Hunter destroyed the scroll I gave you without much effort at all? Yes, my lord. I don't think I could even fight back against him. Erebus sighed bitterly. He appeared very dejected and helpless. It's not your fault. Wallace consoled and continued, even if I were there, I wouldn't have been a match for that God Hunter leader. Other than Andre, Aobashi, Erebus, and Han Shuo's faces jolted when they heard those words. As the City Lord of the City of Shadows, Wallace possessed late-stage high god strength. According to him, that God Hunter leader's strength should be on a whole different level than his own. What did that mean? An overgod? How could an overgod be the God Hunter leader? What do you mean, my lord? Aobashi asked with a gloomy face. Wallace nodded affirmatively and said, that's right, it's an overgod. Ah! Han Shuo couldn't help but cry out in surprise, how is that possible? There are only 12 overgods in the 12 fundamental forces. Overgods don't lack divine energy. How could it be a god hunter? Wallace did not answer Han Shua's question. Instead, he gestured at Andre and instructed, Brian hasn't been on Elysium for long. He doesn't know much about the situation here. Explain it to him. Andre nodded and put on a solemn face as he said, that's right. There are only 12 overgods in the 12 fundamental forces. However, the overgods I'm talking about are those who possess the quintessence of energy. Although this universe is vast, there is only one quintessence of each of the 12 fundamental forces. The overgod who possesses the quintessence is the master we have always worshipped. There were 12 fundamental forces in the universe, and they naturally gave birth to 12 quintessences. Therefore, Han Shua had always believed that there were only 12 overgods, namely, the overgods who had obtained the quintessence of their respective fundamental forces. However, Andre suddenly changed the topic and said in a deep voice, there are two types of overgods. One type is the overgod who possesses the quintessence of an overgod. There is only one overgod in each of the 12 fundamental forces in the universe. The overgods worshipped by the dominions are this type of overgod who possesses the quintessence of an overgod. The other type of overgod is a late-stage low god. After a long period of time, they have reached the realm of overgod. However, they do not possess the quintessence of heaven and earth. Compared to the overgods who possess the quintessence of heaven and earth, this type of overgod is much stronger than us high gods. After hearing Andre's explanation, Han Shua immediately understood what he meant. He asked in a deep voice, you are saying that the god hunter leader who appeared in the valley is one of those overgods without the quintessence of heaven and earth? That's right. Andre affirmed, I know very well how powerful the scroll my elder brother gave Erebus is. There is no way that a late-stage high god expert could so easily destroy the scroll. There is only one possibility, that fella is an overgod. That's right. After taking a short pause, Andre explained, just as you said, overgods with the quintessence of heaven and earth would never need to absorb the divine energy of ordinary gods. To them, the faith of the gods and their dominions is the source of their energy. They would never do that. Therefore, that fella must be an overgod without the quintessence. I didn't expect that he really is an overgod. Aobashi softly exclaimed. She continued, I have heard a little about the division of overgods, but I have never seen an overgod without the quintessence of heaven and earth. Who would have thought that I would run into one in Tanai? Han Shua was astonished by Andre's words. The overgods he knew referred to the 12 overgods. He did not expect that there were two types of overgods. This was clearly beyond Han Shua's understanding. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua asked Andre again, this universe only produces 12 quintessence of heaven and earth. Now that they have been assimilated by the 12 overgods we worship, doesn't that mean that an overgod without the quintessence of heaven and earth will never have the chance to advance further? Han Shua's question put Andre in a difficult position. After hesitating for a long while, Andre looked at Wallace cautiously. When Wallace nodded in approval, Andre said softly, there is only one way for those overgods to obtain the chief god's divinity, by seizing it. When an overgod with the chief god's divinity dies, the chief god's divinity will return to the universe. Chief gods of the same energy but without the chief god's divinity can comprehend the chief god's divinity. The first one to establish a connection with the chief god's divinity and successfully assimilate it will be the new master of the dominions, the new chief god with the chief god's divinity. In other words, as long as the chief god with the chief god's divinity doesn't die, chief gods of the same energy will never have the chance to obtain the chief god's divinity. Han Shua exclaimed softly. That's what I mean. Andre nodded and said, it's just that a chief god within chief god's divinity is much stronger than an ordinary chief god. It's like the difference between an intermediate god and a higher god. It's almost impossible to kill a chief god within chief god's divinity even if an ordinary chief god joins forces. Have any chief gods died before? Han Shua asked again. Andre fell silent for a moment before he nodded and said, yes, but their deaths weren't caused by ordinary chief gods. Alright, some things can't be discussed in depth. This is a taboo. Wallace suddenly interrupted Han Shua and Andre's conversation. He raised his head and looked at the roof as though he was worried about something. Andre immediately shrunk his head and shut his mouth, not saying another word. The information he had revealed was already enough for Han Shua. He had emphasized time and again that those chief gods with the chief god's divinity weren't people that ordinary chief gods could contend against. He had also said that there had indeed been chief gods with the chief god's divinity who had died. In that case, there could only be one possibility: they had been killed by a chief god of the same level. For example, chief gods of other elements. Or rather, they had been killed by an existence of a higher level. For example, the creator deities. That's all for today. I hope that none of you will mention what we have discussed here to anyone else. Sometimes, it will be a big problem if you speak carelessly, Wallace instructed in a deep voice. Wallace instructed in a deep voice, "All right, I understand the situation. I need to make a trip to the Shrine of Darkness. Andre will be in charge of the City of Shadows for the time being." The Shrine of Darkness could be found in every city in the Darkness Dominion. However, the main shrine was not located in any of the cities. Only those who had been acknowledged by the chief gods were qualified to know where the main shrine was located. Most people had no idea. It was obvious that Wallace was one of the people who was qualified to know about the main Shrine of Darkness and was qualified to enter it. Everyone knew exactly what he wanted to do when he suddenly mentioned going to the main Shrine of Darkness. Although the chief gods could actively contact their devout followers, it was not that easy for an ordinary god to meet the chief god. Although everyone in the Darkness Dominion knew of the existence of the Overgod of Darkness, the number of people who could actually communicate with the chief god could be counted on one's fingers. The fact that Wallace could receive such an honor meant that he had some qualifications in the Darkness Dominion. Wallace was a straightforward person. He immediately left the Saint residence alone after giving Andre some instructions. He did not bring a single divine guard with him. No one knew where he was going. After Wallace left, Andre asked Han Shua about Andrina in detail. It seemed that his curiosity about Andrina had increased by tens of times. To be honest, Han Shua didn't know much about Andrina. Han Shua put on a bitter smile and said, "Lord Andre, I really don't know much about Andrina. It's pointless for you to ask me. You've been with her for so long but you don't know anything about her." Andre was puzzled. He continued, "Brian, this is very important. Andrina is the key to everything. I'm not trying to get to the bottom of things, but Andrina's mother is just too shocking." Han Shua stared blankly for a moment before he suddenly asked, "Lord Andre, do you know the identity of Andrina's mother?" Andre shook his head. Then, under Han Shua's burning gaze, he nodded in a strange manner. He hesitated for a moment before he put on a bitter smile and said, "I don't know the identity of Andrina's mother. But based on Erebus and Aobashi's description, it seems that she is related to someone. If it is really that person, Brian, you're in luck." Upon hearing those words, not only Han Shua, but Erebus and Aobashi also turned their gazes to Andre. Although they did not say a word, the probing look in their eyes was all too obvious. That god hunter is definitely an overgod without the quintessence. But Erebus and Aobashi, if your intuition is correct, that person is very likely an overgod with the quintessence. Andre said in a low voice. "Who is it?" Han Shua, Aobashi, and Erebus shouted simultaneously. There are only 12 people who possess the quintessence of the 12 overgods, and they all belong to the same faction. There are only 12 of them in the vast universe. The range is too narrow and too easy to identify. My lords, you won't blame me for saying something unrelated to the overgods of darkness, death, and destruction, will you? Andre hesitated for a moment before he cautiously said, "I'm guessing it's the most mysterious one, the goddess of destiny." Chapter 747. The goddess of destiny was the most mysterious of the 12 overgods. It was said that the goddess of destiny represented the will of the creator deities. She usually wouldn't interfere in the conflicts on Elysium. She would only step in to mediate when the overgods got into a huge mess. The goddess of destiny was a special existence that even the other 11 overgods would have to give her some face. The Destiny Dominion had always been a neutral party. Even those who cultivated in the Edict of Destiny rarely had the chance to meet her and listen to her teachings. Andre was very surprised that Aobashi and Erebus had the honor of meeting her. With Andre's reminder, Aobashi and Erebus secretly recalled what had happened back then. Their faces were filled with shock and horror. Han Shoa, who was secretly observing the two, was shocked. He immediately realized that Andre was telling the truth. The one who appeared before Aobashi and Erebus was indeed the most mysterious goddess of destiny on Elysium. The goddess of destiny claimed to be Andrina's mother. Wasn't Andrina's identity a little too noble? But if Andrina was the goddess of destiny's daughter, why would she appear in the Darkness Dominion? And why would she hate the God Hunters so much? Han Shoa racked his brains, but still couldn't figure out what the truth was. Deep in his heart, Han Shoa believed Andre's conjecture. That was the only explanation that could explain how Andrina could destroy the God Hunter leader's clone with just a magical gem. Since her mother was the goddess of destiny, the divine weapon she gave her must be an overgod weapon. Only an overgod weapon bestowed by an overgod with the quintessence could possess such terrifying power. Brian, if our conjecture is correct and Andrina is the goddess of destiny's daughter, she will be fine. Andre comforted Han Shoa and smilingly said, before the goddess of destiny left, she asked Aobashi to pass on her gratitude. Brian, you are truly lucky to have won the goddess of destiny's favor. Aobashi and Erebus looked at Han Shoa enviously. The 12 overgods were unreachable existences to most people, especially the most mysterious goddess of destiny. It hadn't been long since Han Shoa arrived on Elysium, but he had already won the goddess of destiny's favor and befriended her daughter, Andrina. Wasn't his luck a little too good? As long as Andrina is fine. Han Shoa smiled. He didn't expect Andrina to have such a noble identity. Only the few of us will know about what happened today. I hope that no one will tell anyone about this conversation. Andre thought for a moment and said. Han Shoa and the other two nodded, indicating that they understood what Andre meant. Alright, we'll talk about the other matters after my big brother comes back. Everyone, disperse, said Andre smilingly. Just as Han Shoa was about to leave, Andre suddenly called out, Brian. Han Shoa stopped in his tracks. Aobashi and Erebus pretended that they didn't hear him and quietly disappeared from Andre's sight. What? Han Shoa turned around and looked at Andre in astonishment. He asked puzzledly, Lord Andre, is there anything else? Andre put on a warm smile and said, Brian, my big brother is very impressed with your performance. If there are no mishaps, I reckon that you will be appointed as the chief of the 5th Corps very soon. Be prepared. Han Shoa put on a delighted face and replied sincerely, many thanks. You're welcome. You have made great contributions to the City of Shadows. Not to mention that even Erebus couldn't overcome the overgod's might. You have proven your strength by being able to withstand it. Andre said smilingly, go back and make some preparations. You can also try to recruit some gods. Since you are going to be the chief of the 5th Corps, you should have some subordinates of your own, shouldn't you? Han Shoa nodded in understanding and did not say anything else. He bowed to Andre and left the Saint residence in satisfaction. Although the operation to hunt down the God Hunters was not a success for Aobashi and Erebus, it was a perfect ending for Han Shoa. Not only did Han Shoa's avatar of demonic arts and destruction make breakthroughs, but he also obtained 17 poisonous fangs and learned of the relationship between the God Swamp Pharmacy and the God Hunters. Other than Andrina being taken away by her mother, no matter how one looked at it, Han Shoa was the biggest winner. After returning to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Phoebe and Emily explained to Han Shoa the situation of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Thanks to the two ladies' hard work, all the branches of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were open for business. Their business was as prosperous as in the City of Shadows. In the entire City of Shadows, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy occupied 70% of the market share, far surpassing other pharmacists of various sizes. By now, everything in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was on the right track. Many things had been carried out according to procedures. Even Phoebe and Emily were freed from their duties. The two spent more time cultivating. Those who came from Profound Continent did not leave their rooms at all during this period of time. They eagerly utilized the enormous amount of resources provided by Han Shuo to improve their strength. For those who could cultivate to the pinnacle in the harsh environment of Profound Continent, with sufficient resources and an elemental energy environment that was hundreds of times richer than that of Profound Continent, their progress was truly remarkable. In just a short period of time, everyone's strength had increased by a level. Statholm the Old Monster, Mike Cotton, and a few others had reached the early stage Low God realm. Candide and Emma, who weren't particularly strong, had leaped several realms and were on the verge of reaching the base God realm. Before leaving, not only did Han Shuo give them rebirth pills and pills of tranquility that he had personally refined, he also distributed a portion of black crystal coins to each of them, allowing them to purchase divine weapons and divine scrolls that they needed. With such vigorous support, these people who possessed extraordinary aptitude naturally advanced by leaps and bounds. Even Phoebe and Emily, who were busy with the affairs of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, had reached the demigod realm and were on the verge of advancing to the base god realm. Han Shuo was overjoyed as he listened to Phoebe and Emily narrate the situation of those people. Although Han Shuo knew that those people would surely improve by leaps and bounds with sufficient resources, when Han Shuo learned that they had made breakthroughs in just a few short months, he was still shocked. Brian, judging from the current situation, it won't take more than a few years for all of them to advance to the low god realm. Emily said to Han Shuo smilingly. That's great. Han Shuo praised and said, Wallace intends for me to take over the 5th Corps. I was just worrying that I don't have anyone I can use. These people all hold important positions on Profound Continent. With their help, my life will be much easier. People like Candide and Emily were high-ranking members of the Dark Mantle back when they were on Profound Continent. The duties of a divine guard in the City of Shadows were actually similar to the duties of the Dark Mantle in Lancelot Empire. Candide and the others only needed to familiarize themselves with the job, and they might even perform better than those divine guards. Mike Cotton, Statholm the Old Monster, and the others were all experienced characters. Once they advanced to the low god realm, they would be great assistants to Han Shuo in many aspects. They would become the pillars of his family clan in the future. It was precisely because these people possessed extraordinary abilities that Han Shuo spared no effort in bringing them over from Profound Continent. He was not stingy with the black crystal coins in his possession. He was willing to pay any price in order to improve their strength. After arriving on Elysium, as Han Shuo was very busy, he did not have much time to spend with the ladies. On top of that, he felt that his strength was insufficient and had been cultivating arduously to improve himself. The ladies also felt very inferior on Elysium. Therefore, they did not spend much time with Han Shuo in order to shorten the distance between them and the gods on Elysium. Phoebe and Emily briefly explained the current situation of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to Han Shuo and immediately started cultivating. The two were currently on the verge of a breakthrough. Seeing that Han Shuo's strength was growing stronger and stronger, they were afraid that the gap between them would grow larger and larger. Therefore, they were working harder than ever. Aren't you going to stay and accompany me? It's been a long time since we... Han Shuo said while pulling Phoebe and Emily's little hands. Stop fooling around. I'm not in the mood right now. We'll make out with you when we become low gods. Phoebe patted Han Shuo and said. We have an agreement that we will only make out with you when we become low gods. Whoever becomes a low god first will be the one to accompany you first. Emily giggled and said in a sweet voice, we have been holding it in for a long time. But in order to shorten the gap between us, we have no choice. Sigh, there's nothing we can do. Even a child on Elysium has demigod or base god strength. We don't want to be looked down upon by others. Let's go, I have a feeling that I'm going to become a base god soon. I don't want to waste any more time with you. Phoebe broke free from Han Shua's grasp and left with Emily, avoiding Han Shua like he was the plague, leaving behind a string of silvery bell-like giggles. Doesn't that mean I have to abstain from sex forever? Han Shua put on a bitter smile, shook his head, and sighed. It wasn't just Phoebe and Emily. Han Shua also went to look for Fanny and Helen and discovered that they were all very determined. Fearing that she couldn't resist Han Shua's teasing, Fanny didn't even open the door, leaving Han Shua in an extremely awkward situation. Han Shua had no choice but to spend most of his time on cultivation. The 17 fangs he obtained from the valley became Han Shua's target. For 7 days in a row, Han Shua visited various divine weapon shops in the City of Shadows and purchased many materials that were bizarre in the eyes of others. Then, he left the City of Shadows by himself and temporarily stayed in a secluded valley nearby. Han Shua didn't want anyone to discover his secret of refining demonic weapons. After arriving at the valley, he carefully deployed concealment formations around the area. Then, he took out the 17 fangs one by one and pondered what kind of demonic weapon he should refine. These 17 fangs are very tough and their tips are very sharp. They can be refined into sharp offensive weapons such as flying swords. The material itself is of excellent quality and it won't take too much time to refine them. All you need to do is polish them and fuse them with your blood essence. With that, you will be able to refine a very domineering demonic weapon. Cauldron Spirit transmitted into Han Shua's consciousness. Then I'll refine them into 17 flying swords. Han Shua decided after thinking for a moment. Make some changes to the 17 flying swords according to my requirements. When the time comes, I will attach a dozen or so demon generals to them. The 17 flying swords can also form a sword formation. With the powerful corrosive properties of the material, this demonic weapon will be much more vicious than your previous ones. Cauldron Spirit suggested. That would be for the best. Han Shua was overjoyed after hearing Cauldron Spirit's suggestion. To him, the more destructive the demonic weapon, the better. As for whether it was vicious or not, it was obviously not within his scope of consideration. With Cauldron Spirit's assistance, Han Shua used the materials he had collected during this period of time to deploy a special formation around Tanai. He placed the 17 fangs in the positions of the sword formation and sat cross-legged in the middle of the fangs. He released the demonic yuan in his body and connected the fangs with the energy of the formation. Perhaps it was because this demonic weapon was too powerful, Han Shua sat in that position for over half a year. The 17 fangs were all soaked in a special pool of jet black liquid with a tinge of dark red. The dark red color was due to Han Shua dripping his blood essence into the liquid. After half a year, Han Shua finally managed to drip his blood essence into the 17 fangs. Han Shua had to spend quite a bit of effort in the process due to the domineering corrosive properties of the fangs. When the fangs were filled with Han Shua's blood essence, Han Shua started adding all kinds of solvents into the pool. When the solvents fell into the jet black pool, they would emit thick smoke that lingered on the 17 fangs for a long time. Another year passed in the blink of an eye. Han Shua started supplying demonic yuan to the 17 fangs to modify their internal structure. Along the way, he followed Cauldron Spirit's instructions and carved miniature demonic formations on each fang. When the magnificent symbols took shape on the fangs, the outer appearance of the fangs also changed into 17 sharp and cold flying swords. Not only did the flying swords possess strong corrosive properties, but they were also extremely cold. They could impede the movement of the enemy when they got close to them. Once the flying swords pierced through the enemy, the corrosive properties and cold toxins would take effect at the same time, making them even more difficult to deal with. After the fangs transformed into flying swords, Han Shua spent some time to connect his consciousness with the 17 flying swords. He controlled the plane to fly around the surroundings and then, according to Cauldron Spirit's instructions, he controlled the 17 flying swords to practice the Avicii God-slaying sword formation. The Avicii God-slaying sword formation was a very domineering sword formation. This was because the 17 flying swords were engraved with special runes and a miniature diagram of the Avicii god-slaying sword formation was set up on them. The Avicii god-slaying sword formation was very complicated to operate. Even with Han Shua's monstrous consciousness and Cauldron Spirit's constant guidance, it still took him 5 years to fully master it. However, the power of the Avicii god-slaying sword formation was also very astonishing. With one thought, the 17 flying swords flew around Tanai in a special trajectory. Then, several mountains and rivers suddenly collapsed and shattered into rubble. With this Avicii god-slaying sword formation, you will be able to slaughter early-stage high god experts even without my help. Cauldron Spirit transmitted to Han Shua on the day the sword formation was completed. Han Shua was overjoyed. During the process of practicing the Avicii god-slaying sword formation, he could sense that the demonic yuan in his body was getting purer and purer. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. By the time he walked out of the valley, he could sense that his state of mind in the Omen realm had become more and more stable. His confidence had never been greater. 7 years later, Han Shua returned to the City of Shadows. 7 years might be a long time for mortals. But for the gods on Elysium who possessed almost infinite lifespans, it was but a snap of the fingers. Therefore, when Han Shua returned to the City of Shadows, he did not notice any special changes in the city. No one felt that Han Shua had been away for a long time. Everyone was still as respectful as ever when they saw Han Shua. Those fellows from Profound Continent had all reached the low god realm after 7 years. Yes, all of them. Mike Cotton, Statholm the Old Monster, and a few others had even reached late-stage low god realm. Their outstanding talents combined with the enormous resources of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had produced astonishing results. For a moment, Han Shua found it hard to believe that these fellows had reached a whole new realm. What delighted Han Shua the most was not Mike Cotton, Statholm, and a few others who had reached late-stage low god realm. It was the progress of Gilbert, Sanguiner, and Ballins that surprised Han Shua even more. Among them, Sanguiner and Ballins cultivated demonic arts while Sanguiner's cultivation of Blood God Mantra was nearing completion. Although Han Shua could not determine the exact level of Blood God Mantra, Sanguiner had steadily surpassed Mike Cotton, Statholm the Old Monster, and the others. He had become the most powerful individual in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shua knew that Sanguiner possessed the body of Sanguiner and that the Blood God Mantra was tailor-made for him. Sanguiner, who cultivated in Blood God Mantra, had very little reliance on the elements of heaven and earth. He was already an extraordinary cultivator on Profound Continent. It was only natural that he would undergo such a transformation after receiving proper guidance from Han Shua on Elysium. Ballins, who cultivated in the god-slaying demonic path, was able to release and withdraw his killing intent at will. Among these fellows, Ballins had been assigned to Erebus by Han Shua in advance and had become a bloodthirsty weapon. During the past 7 years, he had killed countless people and his killing intent had grown denser and denser. Once released, his killing intent would soar into the sky. Those with a weak will would be terrified before the battle even started. As for Gilbert, who had been retrained by Han Shua, his body and soul were extremely tough and possessed the characteristics of demonic arts. Dark Dragon Gilbert also cultivated in the energy of darkness and was now an early-stage low god of darkness. However, after becoming a low god of darkness, Gilbert, who had been refined by Han Shua as a demonic weapon, possessed a divine soul made of darkness divine energy that was distinctly different from that of ordinary gods. Not only was his body incomparably tough, his divine energy of darkness was also astonishingly domineering. Gilbert, who was only an early-stage low god, was able to defeat late-stage low gods like Statholm the Old Monster and Mike Cotton in the gymnasium. Inside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert had gradually overtaken those who cultivated in the energy of this universe. They had formed a very peculiar combination in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy that was inconceivable to everyone. Among Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert, the first two cultivated in a special kind of demonic art. Gilbert's body had been specially refined by Han Shua. Moreover, when Gilbert was in soul form, he was forced by Han Shua to cultivate a demonic art that strengthened the soul. That was the reason why the three had become so powerful in such a short period of time. What a galaxy of talents! Han Shuo exclaimed after he returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Chapter 748. After 7 years, all those from Profound Continent had broken through to the Low God realm. Due to their different talents, their strengths varied. Stathome, Air Mike, and the others had reached late-stage Low God realm. As for Candide, Emma, and the others, as they started out later than Stathome and the others, they had just reached early-stage Low God realm. Fanny, Phoebe, and the other ladies had all reached the Low God realm. According to their agreement, they were no longer forbidden from having sex with Han Shuo. Therefore, after returning to Celestial Pearl, Han Shuo finally welcomed his blissful days. After returning to Celestial Pearl, Han Shuo found a time to communicate with Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert. On one hand, he gave them some guidance on the cultivation of demonic arts, and on the other hand, he wanted to understand their actual strengths. As Sanguiner and Ballins were currently cultivating in demonic arts, Han Shuo had a fairly good understanding of their situation. However, Gilbert was a little special. His body was refined from a demonic weapon and his soul had once cultivated in demonic arts. Moreover, he was still relentlessly practicing that soul-strengthening demonic art. But after arriving on Elysium, Gilbert began cultivating in the energy of darkness and had even broken through to the Low God realm. Gilbert and Han Shuo's situations were somewhat different. Although Han Shuo cultivated in demonic arts and the energy of death and destruction, his three bodies were cultivated separately. Gilbert, on the other hand, had only one body. With both energies gathered in one body, his darkness divine energy appeared extremely bizarre. Han Shuo carefully studied and discovered that Gilbert's darkness divine energy contained a portion of the demonic yuan that Han Shuo had imparted to him from the demonic weapon. As his divine soul had been constantly practicing the forging methods Han Shuo had imparted to him, it was far more powerful than an average low god of darkness. This unique trait made his energy so bizarre and powerful that even Han Shuo couldn't figure out what was going on. Ballins, Sanguiner, and Gilbert were the top three in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in terms of strength. They were even stronger than Stathome and the other late-stage low gods. Given their cultivation speed, it was only a matter of time before their strengths improved. Within 7 years, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had become the largest pharmacy merchant in the City of Shadows, earning Han Shuo nearly 2 million black crystal coins. Nowadays, any god who visited the City of Shadows would try their best to purchase some of the medicines refined by Han Shuo. The medicines refined by Han Shuo had become a unique commodity in the City of Shadows, attracting many gods to the City of Shadows. This was also Phoebe's idea. Back then, Phoebe had asked for a portion of the medicines refined by Han Shuo. Over the past 7 years, Phoebe would take out some of the medicines from time to time and sell them in the various branches of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. She would only sell a few dozen bottles of those medicines on special occasions. Every time she sold them, they would attract a lot of customers and earn more black crystal coins for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Phoebe's business acumen was indeed admirable. Under her management, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's business flourished day by day. Not only were the medicines refined by Han Shuo miraculous, but she also paid her pharmacists adequate salaries, encouraging them to work hard to produce medicines that were far superior to those produced by ordinary pharmacies. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the ordinary medicines refined by the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were of superior quality and were slightly more effective than those produced by ordinary pharmacies. This was also why even though Han Shuo did not personally refine the medicines, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was able to suppress the other pharmacies. The good times did not last long. Andre sent someone to invite Han Shuo to the Saint residence. At the Saint residence, when Han Shuo arrived, Carmelita, who had been forced to cultivate by Wallace, came to greet him. Carmelita went up to Han Shuo and gave him a punch. She cursed, "Brat, where have you been fooling around? You've been gone for 7 years." Some of the melanin on Carmelita's face had disappeared. She no longer looked as ferocious as before, but she was certainly not beautiful. It was just that this ordinary appearance made Han Shuo feel very comfortable. Perhaps it was because of Carmelita's personality, Han Shuo felt that he could get along with her without any pressure. I went out to cultivate for a period of time. Han Shuo explained smilingly. Soon after, he asked, "Oh right, why did Lord Andre ask me to come here?" "It's my father's wish. In any case, it must be something good." Along the way, Carmelita led Han Shuo around and constantly asked Han Shuo about Tanai's situation at Godhunter Mountain. She was very interested in their previous mission. Aobashi and Erebus both know about it. "You should have known about it long ago. Why are you still asking me?" Han Shuo asked curiously after listening to Carmelita's incessant questioning. "Those two are hemming and hawing. They don't give me a clear answer. It's as though there's something they don't want me to know. That's why I'm here to ask you," Carmelita said angrily. Han Shuo's heart jolted when he heard that. He understood why Aobashi and Erebus did not explain the matter clearly to Carmelita. That matter involved two overgods, especially the most mysterious overgod of destiny. Aobashi and Erebus had been reminded by Andre before and knew that there were some things that they kept to themselves. Carmelita, in particular, was not a scheming person and was straightforward with her words. People like her were the worst at concealing their thoughts. If she knew about it, it was very likely that she would inadvertently spill the beans. That was why they didn't dare to say much. Carmelita kept asking and Han Shuo hesitated whether he should tell her. Han Shuo had long understood Carmelita's personality. If she didn't know anything about the two overgods, it meant that Andre and Wallace didn't want her to know. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo did not say much. He explained, "I was injured and have been recuperating all this time. Only Aobashi and Erebus know the specifics. It's useless for you to ask me. So you don't know either." Carmelita let out a soft groan. She pointed inside and said, "My father is inside. I won't be going in." Unlike the place where Wallace previously received Aobashi, Erebus, and Han Shuo, this banquet hall appeared solemn and dignified. The walls of the banquet hall were decorated with dark patterns. Several stone pillars glowed with the faint radiance of magic gems. An enormous glass magic lamp hung overhead illuminated the entire banquet hall. Dignitaries from all over the City of Shadows were gathered in the banquet hall. They were seated according to their statuses. The patriarch of the House of Kinson, Caspar, his wife Beth, his daughter Gia, and his younger sister Camilla were seated below. Camilla was the chief of the Fourth Divine Guard. Just like Erebus, she was a mid-god of darkness. On the side of the House of Kisa were Patriarch Kinloch, chief of the Sixth Corps, Ridgersea, and several other family members. The Patriarch of the House of Buller, Laurel, chief of the Seventh Corps, Batuk, and Tushi who had taken over Tuya's position were seated together. Some of the patriarchs and members of smaller family clans were seated in more remote corners of the banquet hall. As soon as Han Shuo entered the banquet hall, he took a cursory glance at the situation inside. He immediately understood that there was an important matter to be discussed. His heart skipped a beat as he wondered what this gathering was about. "Brian, over here." Andre saw Han Shuo standing at the entrance and waved at him from afar. Some of the people in the banquet hall turned their attention to Han Shuo when they heard Andre's shout. Those who were close to Han Shuo from the three major family clans greeted Han Shuo with a smile. The patriarchs of the three major family clans who had never met Han Shuo before also nodded at Han Shuo, showing due respect to Han Shuo. Of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows, except for the House of Lavers, 4 major family clans were present. Adding in the various minor family clans, there were more than 30 people in the banquet hall. Each and every one of them had a certain status in the City of Shadows. Han Shuo walked to Andre's side in a daze. However, there was no chair on Andre's side. Han Shuo looked around and felt rather puzzled. Han Shuo was the only one standing. This made Han Shuo feel rather awkward. There were many people who were close to Han Shuo. There were still some empty seats on the major family clan's side, but none of them invited Han Shua to take a seat. The situation seemed rather solemn. "Elder brother, can you arrange a seat for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" Andre turned his head and asked Wallace, who was seated at the head of the table. Wallace shot a glance at Han Shua and nodded. In a deep voice, he instructed, "Arrange a seat for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and bring a new chair." Everyone in the banquet hall raised their eyebrows when they heard those words. The patriarchs of the major family clans looked at Han Shua in astonishment. Some of the members of minor family clans even lowered their voices and discussed, "How can he be qualified to sit here?" Back then, even the God Swamp Pharmacy didn't have a seat. Isn't this youngster climbing up the ranks a little too fast? "Brian, congratulations." Ridgersea laughed heartily and nodded at Han Shua from afar. "Congratulations." Jia softly smiled and congratulated Han Shua in a low voice. Those members of the three major family clans who had dealings with Han Shua also congratulated Han Shua. Those from minor family clans wore faces filled with envy. They looked at Han Shua with strange gazes. After staring blankly for a moment, Han Shua immediately understood what was going on. He bowed at Wallace and said, "Thank you, Lord City Lord." No wonder there were only so few seats in the banquet hall. Every family clan had their own seat. No wonder Ridgersea did not invite Han Shua to his seat even though there were empty seats in the banquet hall. As it turned out, the banquet hall was so particular that only major family clans of the City of Shadows were qualified to sit. Han Shua immediately understood what Wallace meant when he said, "Arrange a seat for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy," and not "arrange a seat for Brian." From this moment onwards, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was no longer just a pharmacy but a family clan in the City of Shadows. This meant that Han Shua had truly stepped into the ranks of nobility in the City of Shadows. "Brian, what is your full name?" Every new family clan needs to have a special family crest. It's very particular. You can't be careless in this aspect. Andre asked smilingly while the Divine Guards were arranging a new seat for Han Shua. Han Shua hesitated for a moment before he replied, "Brian Han." The surname Han is a strange one. But don't worry, I have seen some other strange surnames, Andre said smilingly. Andre put on a faint smile and said, "Brian, from today onwards, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy belongs to the House of Han. You can have your own family Divine Guards and family crest." "Many thanks." Han Shua expressed his gratitude again. He had finally achieved his goal on Elysium. From today onwards, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was no longer an ordinary pharmacist but a part of the Han family. All those who came from Profound Continent would be members of the Han family. "Sit." Wallace gestured with his hand and gestured for Han Shua to take a seat. After Han Shua took a seat, Wallace said in a deep voice, "The Patriarch of the House of Lavers, Field, has left the City of Shadows. The immediate family members of the House of Lavers have also left the City of Shadows. From today onwards, the House of Lavers no longer exists in the City of Shadows. However, although Field has left, some of the properties of the House of Lavers still remain. These include the shops, residences, forts, and subordinate cities that were bestowed to the City of Shadows. These resources belong to the City of Shadows. Now that the members of the House of Lavers no longer exist, someone has to take care of them. This is especially true for the forts and subordinate cities. They cannot go a day without a new master. Our House of Saint has limited resources and we have always advocated to distribute the resources in the city to everyone. Today, we have invited all of you to the City of Shadows to discuss how to distribute these resources." Not long after Han Shua returned to the City of Shadows, he learned of the departure of the Patriarch of the House of Lavers, Field. Field had been in the City of Shadows for many years. Although Field had lost the trust of the House of Saint due to Avery, Wallace did not take things too far and allowed him to leave. The House of Lavers was one of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows. Although they were not as powerful as the House of Saint, the resources they possessed were not to be underestimated. After Field left, those cities, forts, properties, and shops were naturally reclaimed by Wallace. It was a huge mess that couldn't be left unattended. For the sake of the stability of the City of Shadows, Wallace summoned the representatives of the major family clans. "The city lord will make the decision," the members of the minor family clans shouted. The patriarchs of the other three major family clans nodded in silence. In the City of Shadows, the House of Saint was the king. Those people could tell from Wallace's demeanor that he had a plan. Therefore, they wouldn't do anything that would displease the city lord. Wallace nodded and said, "All right then." He then gestured at Andre and instructed, "You do the talking." Andre stood up from his seat and smilingly said, "The House of Kinson, Kisa, and Buller will take over the 18 shops owned by the House of Lavers. Other than Fort Lossberg, each of the remaining cities and forts of the House of Lavers will have one each." Upon finishing those words, Andre pointed at the patriarchs of the minor family clans. Those who were pointed at by Andre became spirited while those who were not sighed in despair. "Fort Lossberg and the residences of the House of Lavers in the City of Shadows will belong to the Han family," Andre continued. Han Shua was overjoyed when he heard those words. Those members of the minor family clans began to make a fuss. They seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with the division. Whether it was Fort Lossberg or the residences of the House of Lavers in the City of Shadows, they were all pieces of juicy meat. Those people started to feel displeased that they were handed over to Han Shua, who had just ascended to the throne. Although the patriarchs of the other three major family clans were also rather surprised, they did not say anything. The three of them were more interested in the Fifth Corps. They were all waiting for a bigger, juicier job. Chapter 749. Fort Lossberg was the largest fort controlled by the House of Lavers. It was 1/7 the size of the City of Shadows. It was surrounded by mountains that were rich in natural resources. There were also several small-scale energy mines. It was the largest stronghold of the House of Lavers outside the City of Shadows. This fort was obviously much more valuable than the cities that Andre assigned to the lesser family clans. Other than the fact that Fort Lossberg was a little far from the City of Shadows, there was nothing else that could be said about it. It was no wonder that the patriarchs of lesser family clans were displeased when they heard that Andre had handed over Fort Lossberg to Han Shua. Han Shua had visited the House of Lavers' residences in the City of Shadows when he first arrived in the City of Shadows. Each and every one of those buildings towered into the clouds and occupied an enormous area. They had all the facilities one could wish for. Energy towers and energy boundaries could be found in every area. There were even several gymnasiums. In the City of Shadows, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, it was truly a luxurious mansion. Even the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy that Han Shua was currently residing in paled in comparison to that mansion. Now that the Lavers family, one of the 5 major family clans, had left, it would be impossible to purchase that mansion without several million black crystal coins. Fort Lossberg and that mansion in the City of Shadows were the 2 biggest pieces of meat left behind by the House of Lavers. Now that both pieces of meat had been handed over to the Han family by Andre, it would be strange if the patriarchs of lesser family clans didn't complain. Han Shua did not expect that Andre and Wallace would be so generous. It was as though all the good things were going to happen to him. Fort Lossberg and the mansion of the Lavers' residence were 2 of the most coveted pieces of meat. Han Shua was at a loss as to what to do. He did not understand why the 2 would hand them over to him. The patriarchs of the lesser family clans were still arguing. Andre and Wallace remained unmoved. After a while, seeing that they were still arguing, Wallace let out a soft groan and said in a deep voice, "Brian has made a great contribution to the City of Shadows. He has successfully located the largest God Hunter stronghold and allowed us to deal a heavy blow to the God Hunters. Mirage City and Hushvale City are aware of this. Besides, the Han family is just starting out. It is only natural that we give them some benefits. There is no need to discuss this further." Since Wallace had spoken, even if the patriarchs of lesser family clans were unwilling, They had no choice but to keep quiet. They looked at Han Shuo with gazes filled with jealousy. Don't be disgruntled. The Han family will not take Fort Losberg and that mansion for nothing, said Andre smilingly. Andre put on a faint smile and said, Brian, you've gotten such a great bargain. 1,000,000 black crystal coins is definitely not a small price to pay. No problem. Even 10 million black crystal coins wouldn't be enough to purchase Fort Losberg and that mansion. Fort Losberg, in particular, was a city several times larger than the Lancelot Empire on Profound Continent. Its value to Han Shuo was simply immeasurable. Moreover, with the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo didn't have to worry about crystal coins. Candide, Emily, Phoebe, Mike Cotton, and the others were all talented in city management. It was unimaginable how much profit Fort Losberg could bring to Han Shuo in their hands. I'm willing to fork out 5 million black crystal coins for Fort Losberg and that mansion, the patriarch of a small family clan muttered indignantly. That's settled then. There's no need to discuss this further, shouted Wallace with his brows bunched. All the patriarchs of lesser family clans immediately shut their mouths. Andre cleared his throat to attract the crowd's attention. He put on a faint smile and said, all right, let's move on to another issue. My elder brother wants someone to fill Avery's vacant position as Chief of Fifth Corps. You can nominate some capable candidates for the position. My elder brother will make the final decision. As soon as Andre said those words, the eyes of the other three major family clans who had not revealed any emotion suddenly lit up. They sat upright and still. It was obvious that they attached great importance to the matter. To the three patriarchs, the position of Chief of Divine Guards in the City of Shadows meant military strength. Compared to the shops, houses, and fortresses left behind by the House of Lavers, they valued the authority and military strength of the Chief of Divine Guards more. The three major family clans had no shortage of fortresses and shops. To them, the shops Andre bestowed upon them were just the icing on the cake. However, every one of the 7 chiefs of divine guards in the City of Shadows had the right to command a team of elite divine guards. These elite divine guards were the forces that they truly cared about. In the City of Shadows, major family clans had the right to recruit divine guards. However, the House of Saint would strictly control the number of divine guards they could recruit. This was to prevent smaller family clans from outnumbering the House of Saint in terms of quality and quantity. Based on the size of a family clan's business and strength, the number of divine guards they could recruit would be strictly controlled. On Elysium, wealth, identity, and status were earned by a family clan's strength. The strength of a family clan was determined by the strength of its military strength. This referred to the number and quality of its divine guards. Having 2 chiefs of divine guards in a family clan was tantamount to having a new source of military strength. Therefore, when the patriarchs of the 3 family clans heard Andre mention the Fifth Corps, they immediately displayed their desire. The eyes of the patriarchs of the smaller family clans were even brighter. They knew that as long as they had sufficient military strength, it was only a matter of time before they could obtain those shops and houses. All along, the reason why the House of Saint, House of Kinson, House of Lavers, House of Kisa, and House of Buller were able to stand above all the other small family clans was because they controlled the military force of the City of Shadows. The reason why the House of Saint was so far ahead of the other 4 major family clans, other than the number of elite and expert divine guards in the family clan, was that the top 3 chiefs of divine guards were from the House of Saint. For those small family clans, only when a member of their family clan became a chief of divine guards would their family clan be considered as one of the major family clans. For a major family clan, the position of Chief of the Fifth Corps signified that they could advance a step further and become the second largest family clan in the City of Shadows, second only to the House of Saint. For a small family clan, it signified that they could truly become one of the top family clans in the City of Shadows. Those who coveted the position of Chief of the Fifth Corps immediately became restless and excited when they heard that Wallace was looking for someone to take over the position. Lord Andre, didn't you say that only Avery's head can be taken for this position? asked a patriarch of a small family clan puzzledly. Avery has disappeared without a trace. However, the position of Chief of the Fifth Corps cannot be left empty. We need to find someone to replace him. If someone can take Avery's head, we can discuss further, said Andre. These people had been drooling over the position of Chief of the Fifth Corps for a long time. After hearing Andre's words, they immediately started making plans. The people in the hall were whispering to each other and discussing about the vacancy in the Fifth Corps. The patriarchs of the three major family clans could no longer remain calm and collected. They started whispering to their family clansmen. It was obvious that they were very interested in the position of the Fifth Corps. Wallace cleared his throat and in a deep voice, he said, "The position of Chief of the Fifth Corps is of great responsibility. The successor must have sufficient strength and talent. Who do you have in mind for this position?" As soon as those words left Wallace's mouth, the crowd in the hall went into an uproar. Many people were recommended in an instant. The patriarchs of the three major family clans didn't utter a single word. The members of their family clans pushed their own family clans up one by one. Han Shua observed carefully for a moment and discovered that none of them had recommended any outsiders. Almost all of them were from within their own family clans. Each and every one of them revealed their determination to win this position. The people in the hall were discussing fervently. All kinds of people were pushed onto the stage. None of the parties were willing to budge an inch. The situation was in a deadlock. As the voices of discussion grew louder and louder, Wallace put on a rather impatient face and said in a low voice, "The position of Chief of the Fifth Corps is of great responsibility. The successor must be at least a high god. This is the minimum requirement." Upon hearing those words, the mid-gods recommended by the minor family clans were undoubtedly sentenced to death. The patriarchs of the major family clans were startled. They gestured to their family clans and their family clans began recommending their patriarchs to take over the Fifth Corps. Although there were very few high gods in minor family clans, almost all the patriarchs were high gods. Han Shua made a rough estimation and found that there were a total of 9 candidates recommended for the position of Chief of the Fifth Corps. All of them were from major family clans. "I think Brian is a good candidate. In the last God Hunter hunt, Brian has proven his ability and strength. I think he is a suitable candidate," said Andre as the crowd paused for a moment. He pushed Han Shua onto the stage. The patriarchs of the three major family clans bunched their brows. Their eyes started to flicker. The patriarchs of the minor family clans immediately shut their mouths. The hall became quiet in an instant. Andre was from the House of Saint. Did his words mean that he was from the House of Saint? Did Wallace have the same intention? The crowd stared blankly for a moment before they immediately thought of this question. Therefore, many of them became silent. Han Shua had long known that Andre and Wallace intended for him to take over the Fifth Corps. Therefore, after hearing Andre's words, Han Shua feigned shock and humbly replied, "Lord Andre is flattering me." Upon hearing those words, Han Shua shut his mouth. He did not express his interest in the position nor did he decline. His attitude was worth pondering. "I think Brian is a good candidate," said Wallace in a soft voice after keeping silent for a long while. The patriarchs of the minor family clans felt bitter in their hearts after hearing those words from Wallace. However, they still put on serious looks on their faces. None of them made a sound. The patriarchs of the three major family clans did not have much contact with Han Shua. However, some members of their family clans were very close to Han Shua due to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. If it was just an ordinary position, the patriarchs of the three major family clans might just give it to Han Shua. However, this was a matter of great importance. Even though they had a good relationship with the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, they could not give it to Han Shua. Therefore, the patriarchs of the three major family clans remained silent. Their eyes flickered with uncertainty. Although they did not say a word, they had indirectly revealed their unwillingness to cooperate. Wallace regarded the patriarchs of the three major family clans very highly. Seeing that the three were not saying a word, he took the initiative to ask for their opinion. What do the three of you think? The three exchanged glances with each other. Kinloch of the House of Kisa hesitated for a moment before he said, Brian is still young and not too familiar with the situation in the City of Shadows. He has just taken over a family clan and has yet to prove his capabilities. Wouldn't it be too much of a leap to take over the Fifth Corps? The patriarchs of the other two major family clans nodded in agreement after hearing Kinloch's words. They all agreed that Han Shua needed more tempering. The three were not willing to give up so easily on such an important issue. I see. Wallace softly muttered. He then turned to the patriarchs of the minor family clans and asked, what do you all think? Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the others also expressed their agreement with Kinloch. With so many opposing opinions, Wallace couldn't be too obviously biased towards Han Shua. After keeping silent for a moment, he suddenly said, how about this, let's forget about the matter of Avery. I have another thorny matter on hand. I have received news that someone has discovered a large energy crystal mine near Fort Lossberg. The area doesn't belong to any city. Currently, various forces are gathering there. I have sent some men to investigate, but I have yet to receive any news. I reckon that the odds are against them. Whoever can find that energy crystal mine and claim it as the private property of the City of Shadows will be the new chief of the Fifth Corps. Isn't that fair? After hearing Wallace's words, the crowd no longer raised any objections. The patriarchs of the three major family clans were the first to nod in agreement. The three major family clans had stood proudly in the City of Shadows for many years. They had an advantage over other family clans in many aspects. It was obvious that the three major family clans believed that they had the upper hand and therefore readily agreed. When the patriarchs of the minor family clans and the patriarchs of the three major family clans nodded in agreement, they knew that the matter was pretty much settled and there was no point in objecting. That's settled then. Wallace made the final decision. Soon after, in a deep voice, he reminded, I will send someone to investigate. I hope that the major family clans will refrain from using their family clan forces. Every competitor is only allowed to bring 10 people to the mine. Those who exceed that number will be automatically eliminated. Also, other than the competitor themselves, the divine guards must not be high gods. The three major family clan patriarchs pursed their lips after hearing Wallace's words but did not say a word. Even if there were only 10 divine guards, they would still consider their family clan's divine guards to be the elites. Besides, even if there were only 10 divine guards, they could still use their family clan forces to investigate the situation. One last reminder. It is strictly forbidden to kill one's own people. You should know the consequences if you violate this rule. With that, Wallace waved his hand and said, that's all for today. You can all go back now. The crowd stood up one after another, saluted Wallace and Andre, and left the hall. Just as Han Shua was about to leave, Andre lightly coughed and said, Brian, about the 1 million black gold coins, we still need to discuss it. Han Shua nodded smilingly. He knew that Andre had something to say to him. The patriarchs of the major family clans who left knew that Han Shua had a close relationship with the House of Saint. When they saw that Andre had asked Han Shua to stay behind, they could not help but complain in their hearts. Soon enough, the hall was empty. Wallace stood up, nodded at Han Shua, and smilingly said, although I have the intention to let you take over the Fifth Corps, the obstacles are just too great. You will have to work hard on your own. After taking a short pause, Wallace went over and patted on Han Shua's shoulder in a very amiable manner, saying, do well. The City of Shadows will not mistreat you. Upon finishing those words, Wallace and Andre nodded at Han Shua and left the hall. After Wallace left, Andre smilingly said, my elder brother believes that in order to ascend to power, one must overcome the cruel competition. You have won Fort Lossberg and the mansion of the Lavers family for your performance against the God Hunters. Whether or not your Han family can take over the Fifth Corps will depend on your own efforts. Lord Andre, you didn't ask me to stay just to talk about this, did you? Han Shua put on a faint smile and said meaningfully. Ha, you youngster. Andre laughed heartily. Shortly after, he said, Erebus is currently at Fort Lossberg. I have already asked him to keep an eye on things over there. You can go there and have a chat with Erebus. I believe he will tell you everything he knows. There was no such thing as true fairness in this world. Andre's words to Han Shua were obviously cheating. Given that Han Shua had once saved Erebus' life, Erebus would not hesitate to inform Han Shua if he had any information. Perhaps Erebus would even lend some of the elite divine guards of the Third Corps to Han Shua. I knew that Lord Andre would have something good for me. Han Shua laughed heartily. All right, it is the House of Saints' fortune to have you come to the City of Shadows. Since the Goddess of Destiny has such a good impression of you, perhaps our House of Saint will benefit from your glory in the future. Andre said jokingly. He then patted on Han Shua's shoulder and said in a friendly manner, as for the 1 million black gold coins, it will be used to shut the mouths of those in our House of Saint. Go back and tell Phoebe about it. After taking a short pause, Andre praised, Youngster, you are really lucky. That woman Phoebe is very business-minded. There shouldn't be any problems in leaving Fort Lossberg to your family. All right, I know what to do. Han Shua replied smilingly and left the House of Saint. All these years, Phoebe had delivered Carmelita's share of the profits on time. As the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy flourished under her management, Carmelita would receive more and more black gold coins every time. The House of Saint was very satisfied and they began to admire Han Shua's ability to judge people. After returning to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shua gathered everyone and informed them of the news he had received today. When they heard that the Han family had officially established their position in the City of Shadows and had acquired Fort Lossberg and a mansion owned by the Lavers family, the crowd was indescribably excited. This was especially true for Han Shua's women. Phoebe, Emily, Fanny, Lisa, Jasper, and the others were clamoring to move into the mansion immediately. You guys take care of this matter. Han Shua straightforwardly delegated the power and said to Phoebe, withdraw 1 million black gold coins and send it to the House of Saint. Han Shua pointed at Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert and said, the three of you, come with me. Chapter 750. Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert were currently the most powerful experts in Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Ballins had been active in the Third Corps and had the most experience. Sanguiner, on the other hand, was the strongest of the three. Gilbert and Han Shua could communicate telepathically and could be of great help to Han Shua in certain aspects. The party did not need too many people. A few elites would suffice. Therefore, Han Shua chose Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Gilbert. Han Shua had delegated the management of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to Phoebe and the others. He believed that by the time he returned, everything would be in order. The ladies were very interested in the Lavers' residence and would soon move in. Fort Lossberg was located at the border of the City of Shadows. It was next to Hushvale City and Dark Souls City. If one headed north from Fort Lossberg, one would cross the vast ocean and vast mountain ranges to reach the Destruction Dominion. Among the many forts in the City of Shadows, Fort Lossberg was the largest and had the most abundant resources. Other than the fact that it was a little far from the city, Han Shua was very satisfied with all aspects. Half a month later, Han Shua, Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert arrived at Fort Lossberg. As the official documents had yet to be issued, Fort Lossberg was not yet considered Han Shua's territory. For the time being, Erebus had arranged for people to take care of the affairs of Fort Lossberg. Instead of immediately looking for Erebus, Han Shua, Sanguiner, and Ballins took a stroll around Fort Lossberg. He discovered that there were about 5,000 gods in the fort. The majority of them were base gods, followed by low gods, mid gods, and high gods. High gods were rarely seen. Elysium was vast and there were a lot of gods. However, gods were gods after all. Although Lancelot Empire did not have a large population, it still numbered in the tens of millions. Although Fort Lossberg was slightly larger than Lancelot Empire, there were only slightly more than 5,000 gods living in it. This was the general situation in the major cities on Elysium. The number of gods was far less than the number of mortals on low-level material planes. Even the City of Shadows only had a few tens of thousands of gods. It was said that even the most bustling cities on Elysium only had 200 to 300,000 gods. Han Shua, Sanguiner, and Balans took a stroll around Fort Lossberg. After learning about the situation there, they headed towards Erebus' temporary residence at the center of the fort. The residence originally belonged to the House of Lavers. It occupied an area of several tens of acres. It was even larger than the House of Lavers' mansion in the City of Shadows. As the land was cheap and the population was much smaller than in the City of Shadows, every god was allocated a large plot of land. Although the residence was larger than the House of Lavers' mansion in the City of Shadows, it was far inferior in terms of facilities. There were no energy towers or boundary towers in every corner of the residence. There were also no divine weapons or powerful defensive boundaries in the gymnasiums. There were also no luxurious decorations in the buildings. They appeared simple and unadorned. Erebus was overjoyed to see Han Shua. He arranged for the four of them to stay in the largest house in the residence. Erebus smiled and said, "The city lord has bestowed Fort Lossberg to the Han family. Logically speaking, you, Brian, should be the master of this place. I will only be staying here for a few days. Fort Lossberg will still be under your control until we receive the official document. Only after we receive the official document will this place belong to the Han family." Han Shua said smilingly. "Balans, now that Brian has returned, are you leaving the Third Corps?" Erebus asked as he looked at Balans smilingly. Before Han Shua left, he had arranged for Balans to stay with Erebus. Balans was different from Ermike Cotton and Stadholm the Old Monster. The more people he killed, the faster his strength would improve. After killing those gods, the killing intent in his body would condense into an energy similar to demonic yuan and divine energy, allowing him to advance by leaps and bounds. Balans was a famous assassin on Profound Continent. He was very familiar with the ways of killing. After arriving at the Third Corps, Balans had helped Erebus eliminate many enemies. Now that Balans was about to return to Han Shua's side, Erebus was rather reluctant to part with him. Balans wore an indifferent face. He nodded and said, "My skills were imparted to me by Senior Brother. It was Senior Brother's idea to come to the Third Corps. Now that Senior Brother has returned, I will naturally follow Senior Brother." "Brian, you sure are lucky," Erebus said enviously. "As you know, the Goddess of Destiny is on my side." It was said that the Goddess of Destiny was in charge of the destinies of mortals. Based on what Aobashi and Erebus had experienced, the Goddess of Destiny was indeed rather fond of Han Shua. "Alright, I know why you're here. Lord Andre had given me some information and asked me to pay attention to a mine located far away from Lossberg. I have dispatched some men to investigate and indeed, I have obtained some information." Erebus put on a solemn face and said in a deep voice, "That mine doesn't belong to any city. It is located between Hushvale City and Dark Souls City." Some of the gods who visited the City of Shadows had heard that a large-scale energy crystal mine had been discovered there. Several of Andre's spies had gone to investigate, but there had been no response even after a long time. Andre had informed me about it and I happened to be in the vicinity. Therefore, I dispatched a small squad of divine guards to investigate. According to the information I received, there is indeed a large-scale energy crystal mine. Other than that, is there any other special information? Han Shua put on a faint smile and said mischievously, "You should know what the city lord means by now. I can only officially take over the Fifth Corps if I take over that mine. By now, the three major family clans should have mobilized their family clans. They have been operating in the City of Shadows for many years and naturally have an advantage over me. If you don't provide me with sufficient information, I won't have the confidence to succeed. I have confirmed the location. Other than those from the City of Shadows, divine guards from Hushvale City and Dark Souls City will be heading to that area as well. When the time comes, conflict will be unavoidable. You must be mentally prepared." Erebus thought for a moment before he continued, contact Anaito of the Third Corps for the specifics. I know that he is very familiar with you. Therefore, he will be heading there first. How do I contact Anaito? Asked Han Shuo after staring blankly for a moment. You don't have to worry about that. Balans will know how to contact Anaito. Erebus put on a faint smile and said, although you are a nominal member of our Third Corps, Balans is the one who has truly come into contact with the core of our Third Corps. You youngster, you only came to the Third Corps to gain credit. Han Shuo shot a glance at Balans and saw Balans nod. Han Shuo knew that Balans knew how to contact the Third Corps. Alright then, I will be heading there first. I hope that I can get there as soon as possible and take over the mine. After obtaining useful information from Erebus, Han Shuo did not stay for too long. He was anxious to settle the matter as soon as possible. Erebus, of course, knew that the sooner, the better. Therefore, he did not stop Han Shuo. He smilingly said, have a safe trip. I will be waiting for you to take over the Fifth Corps. If there are no mishaps, the Fifth Corps will be mine. Said Han Shuo in a big smile. He had a close relationship with Erebus and had no qualms about speaking. After mastering the 17 flying swords and mastering the Avicii god-slaying sword formation, Han Shuo was sufficiently confident in his strength. As long as there were no mishaps, Han Shuo believed that he would be able to take over the mine. Master, what should we do? Asked Gilbert after leaving Fort Lossberg with Han Shuo. Let's observe the situation for now. Our main objective is to take over the mine. Energy crystals are good stuff. Every city and every god needs them. Replied Han Shuo smilingly. After walking around Fort Lossberg, Han Shuo discovered that although there were all kinds of ores around the fort, the defenses of the fort needed to be strengthened. He did not see many powerful energy towers and boundary towers. All kinds of energy towers and boundary towers had become an indispensable part of a god's defenses. They all required a large amount of energy crystals. If Han Shuo wanted to reconstruct the fort, he would need a large amount of energy crystals. Now that a large energy crystal mine had been discovered and it was still unclaimed, Han Shuo would not let it slip by. The party of 4 traveled for 5 days and arrived at the mine pointed out by Erebus at dusk. Upon arriving, Han Shuo immediately released his demon generals and discovered that there were many gods in the mine. Not long after Balans arrived, he found a few special symbols on the corners of several large trees. After thinking for a moment, Balans said to Han Shuo respectfully, Senior, follow me. Han Shuo knew that Balans had discovered Anaito's message. He brought Sanguiner and Gilbert with him. In one of the caves in the mine, Han Shuo and Balans saw Anaito. Anaito was in a squad of 10 divine guards, but Anaito was accompanied by only 3 divine guards. Anaito's clothes were ragged and he looked miserable. There were even blood stains on his clothes. It seemed that he had suffered heavy casualties. Anaito put on a delighted face when he saw Balans. When he saw Han Shuo behind Balans, his face lit up with joy. He cried out in surprise, Lord Brian has come. The 3 divine guards of the Third Corps beside Anaito also recognized Han Shuo. They were all shaken up and were clearly excited. Anaito, what happened? You look like you have suffered serious injuries, Han Shuo bunched his brows and asked in a rather puzzled manner. It was done by those from Hushvale City and Dark Soul City. 6 of our men were killed. Anaito replied furiously. The most despicable one is that Eugene. Last time, our 3 cities worked together to hunt down the god hunters. Who would have thought that he would resort to such atrocious means just for the sake of the mine? Said a divine guard named Deco furiously. Han Shuo had seen Deco at Erebus' side when they were hunting down the god hunters. Eugene. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he sneered and said, I didn't expect to run into an acquaintance. Eugene had been mocking and ridiculing Han Shuo while hunting down the god hunters. He had a close relationship with Hasling, the master of God Swamp Pharmacy, and had always disliked Han Shuo. He did not expect that Han Shuo would kill a divine guard of the City of Shadows. The City of Gorging Clouds, Blackwater City, Blackrock City, Mirage City, Dark Souls City, City of Shadows, and Hushvale City were the 7 major cities of the Darkness Dominion. The strength of the 7 cities was ranked as above, with the City of Gorging Clouds at the top and Hushvale City at the bottom. The 7 cities of the Darkness Dominion all worshipped the Overgod of Darkness. However, the 7 cities were independent and there were competitions and small frictions between them. As the 7 major cities of the Darkness Dominion, there had never been a major war between the cities. However, small frictions had never ceased. The 7 cities bordered each other. Conflicts often broke out behind the scenes over territorial issues. It was normal for a few divine guards to die in such conflicts. The 7 lords of the city had tacitly agreed to such conflicts. The friction between smaller family clans that did not belong to the same city was even greater. Fights between family clans would often occur. The overgods of the darkness, death, and destruction dominions believed that healthy competition would help to maintain the vigorous fighting strength of their subordinates. As long as the frictions did not affect the foundation of the dominion, the overgods would ignore them. It was only when major conflicts occurred that the strength of the entire dominion would be greatly damaged that the overgod would intervene. Conflicts over interests in ungoverned territories were a very common phenomenon in the Darkness Dominion. Wallace didn't care how Han Shuo would act. He didn't care if people from other dominions died in the process. As long as the final result was to obtain the ores, there would be no problem. "What's going on?" asked Han Shuo in a deep voice with his brows bunched. Eugene and his divine guards were here as well. "There are many ores in this mine. We had occupied one of the larger ores on behalf of Lord Erebus. Eugene discovered it before we had the chance to mine it. Eugene insisted that they were the ones who discovered the ores first and asked us to leave. We refused and a conflict broke out. Lord Erebus wasn't here and the result was obvious. 3 of our comrades were killed," said Anaito furiously. Eugene must have hated Lord Erebus for speaking ill of him. "That's why he took the opportunity to retaliate," said Deco angrily. Deco had witnessed the conflict between Erebus and Eugene during the God Hunter hunt. Back then, as Erebus and Aobashi were both present, Eugene had no choice but to suffer in silence. He did not dare to start a conflict with Erebus. But this time, it was different. As Wallace had taken the fight for the ownership of the mine as a test for the new chief of the 5th Corps, Erebus did not come personally. Since Erebus, a formidable opponent, did not come, Eugene naturally wouldn't put Erebus' divine guards in his eyes. It was only natural that he would come. "Which mine is Eugene at?" "Bring us there," asked Han Shuo calmly after learning about the cause and effect. "Lord Brian, Eugene has brought more than 50 divine guards with him. Aren't we a little too few?" Anaito was startled. He continued, "I have just reported this matter to Lord Erebus. Lord Erebus told me not to act rashly. He said that we should wait for the other competitors from the City of Shadows to come and deal with Eugene together. There's no need for that. The few of us are enough." Han Shuo shook his head. If the other competitors arrived, even if they managed to take over the mine, there would be a dispute over the distribution of the profits. Naturally, Han Shuo wasn't willing to let those people have a share of the profits. "What are you blabbering about? Just do whatever my master tells you to do." "Cut the crap," shouted Gilbert. He was used to being unreasonable. In addition to the fact that his strength had skyrocketed recently, he did not hold back. "Anaito, lead the way," shouted Ballins in a low voice. His entire body was brimming with killing intent. Having been active in the 3rd Corps for 7 years, Ballins had developed quite a bit of affection for the 3rd Corps. Now that Eugene was bullying the 3rd Corps, he immediately flew into a rage. Over the years, Ballins had killed many divine guards from other cities. His killing intent was extremely dense. After cultivating demonic arts, he had become more and more bloodthirsty. Other than Han Shuo, no ordinary person could restrain him. Anaito and Balans were familiar with each other. He knew that this old man killed without batting an eye and was a bloodthirsty lunatic. Anaito was rather frightened when he heard Balans's words. He replied while trembling with fear, "All right then. But Lord Balans, you have to be careful. Our opponent this time is Eugene. Eugene is a high god. With my master here, what can Eugene do?" replied Sanguiner coldly. Just like Fanny and the other ladies, although Sanguiner's strength was even more terrifying than Balans and Gilbert, he had a blind admiration for Han Shua. In his mind, Han Shua was omnipotent. He believed that Eugene, whose name he had never heard of, would be a dead end for Han Shua. After hearing Sanguiner's words, Balans and Gilbert nodded simultaneously. They seemed to agree with Sanguiner. "All right, I'll lead the way." For some reason, Anaito felt even more pressured than Balans when Sanguiner glared at him. Therefore, he straightforwardly agreed. From his point of view, Sanguiner, Balans, and Gilbert were all brimming with murderous intent. With just a glance, he could tell that none of them were benevolent characters. On the contrary, Han Shua was gentle and always had a smile on his face when dealing with people. Anaito, who had never seen Han Shua's savagery, could not understand how a character like Han Shua could suppress the three fiends. Soon enough, Anaito led Han Shua and the other three to a large mine. A divine guard on Eugene's side at the entrance laughed mischievously and said, "You dare come again? Did you think that Lord Eugene was merciful when he spared you all last time? Ha, you're courting death again." The other divine guard laughed hysterically. He obviously did not think much of Han Shua and the other three that Anaito had brought with him. Anaito's face turned unsightly. He looked at Han Shua with a pleading expression and said, "Lord Brian, what do you think? Oh, you even brought a helper. Huh." The divine guard cried out in surprise after hearing Anaito's words as though he had just noticed Han Shua. His face was filled with ridicule. "Senior, what do you think?" If it were in the past, Balans would have charged at the divine guard long ago. But now that Han Shua was beside him, Balans would first consult Han Shua. He dared to disrespect Erebus and Wallace, the city lord of the City of Shadows, but he dared not go against Han Shua because he knew that everything he had was bestowed to him by Han Shua. Han Shua was still wearing a genial smile on his face. He nodded at Balans and said, "Go, but don't make it too bloody." Chapter 751. Those were the words that Balans had been waiting for from Han Shua. As soon as he finished those words, Balans suddenly charged out with a murderous aura. His murderous aura lingered around his body before condensing into mist and dispersing. After the murderous aura condensed into a solid form, it suddenly drifted towards the two at the cave entrance. The two who were about to ridicule Anaito were immediately intimidated. Under Balan's terrifying murderous aura, they found it difficult to breathe. The divine energy in their bodies was also affected and they couldn't even unleash half of their usual strength. The slender sword light flashed and disappeared, crisscrossing on the bodies of the two. Cracking sounds could be heard from the bodies of the two, but the two still maintained their horrified postures as they stared blankly at Han Shua and the others. A few seconds later, with two loud bangs, the two men's bodies shattered into pieces of flesh and blood that fell to the ground. Scarlet blood and the pungent smell of blood permeated the air. Pieces of flesh and the two men's broken internal organs and intestines flowed all over the ground. The scene was simply too horrible to look at. Balan suddenly put on a faint smile of satisfaction as he looked at the mangled corpses on the ground. He seemed to enjoy the process of killing and the bloody scene very much. As a cultivator of the god-slaying devil path, Balans had become more and more extreme as he cultivated in demonic arts. He had developed a perverted obsession with killing people. Even Han Shua couldn't control himself. He would either not kill, or once he did, he would find it hard to control his desire. People would inevitably die in his hands and the scene would not be too harmonious. This was also the reason why Han Shua warned them to not make it too bloody. Anito, Deco, and the other two divine guards of the Third Corps felt their blood run cold when they saw that Balans, who had always been expressionless, put on an indifferent smile while standing on the ground covered in blood and flesh. They thought to themselves, "Lunatic, what a lunatic. We must never provoke this guy in the future." Han Shua bunched his brows and asked, "Didn't I warn you not to make it too bloody?" The smiling Balan's expression turned bitter. He turned around and bowed to Han Shua with some fear. He explained, "Senior brother, I've already restrained myself." Waving his hand, Han Shua took a few steps back and said, "Forget it, let's wait for the people in the cave to come out." There was a strong smell of blood at the entrance of the cave. As long as there were people inside the cave, they would definitely come out immediately. The cave was too narrow and not suitable for an intense battle, so Han Shua planned to bring the battle outside. The pungent smell of blood wafted into the cave. After a while, a few divine guards from Eugene's side came to investigate the situation. When they saw the large intestines and small intestines scattered all over the ground and the crushed internal organs in chunks, they nearly vomited. When they saw Anito and his party standing at the entrance of the cave, as well as the color of their companions' divine armors dripping with blood, they immediately screamed and transmitted the message. The corner of Balans's mouth curled up into a bloodthirsty grin. He stretched out his sword and was ready to kill again. "Wait a minute, wait for all of them to come out first." Han Shua stopped Balans when he saw him taking action again. "Yes, senior brother." Balans stood respectfully and solemnly. He did not move an inch but stared at the divine guards with his eyes. He was like a bloodthirsty demonic beast that wanted to devour them whole and tear them apart with his teeth. Soon enough, many divine guards flew out from the cave. One could tell that they were Eugene's divine guards just by looking at their attire. When those divine guards came out and saw the horrible scene at the entrance of the cave, their faces turned ghastly pale. There were even a few divine guards among them who nearly vomited. Usually, the most important characters were the last to make an appearance. It was only after all the divine guards had come out that Eugene of Hushvale City appeared. Eugene's eyes turned even more sinister when he looked at Han Shua and his party. He shouted in a low voice, "You must be courting death. Old fool, you are the one who deserves to die. How dare you rob my master's belongings? You must be tired of living." Gilbert pointed at Eugene and cursed, "Look at your wretched face. It seems that you won't be able to live past today. If you know what's good for you, you'd better slit your own throat. Don't bother me with killing you." Even Han Shua couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at Gilbert. He did not expect that even after coming to Elysium, dying once would not change Gilbert's nature. It seemed that Gilbert had become even more vicious than before. At least, Han Shua had never heard such words from Gilbert before. Gilbert did not stop cursing even though Eugene's face had turned green. He said in a smug manner, "Tsk, everyone, look at his face. You should know that he is going to die today." Gilbert pointed at Eugene, who had turned green from anger and continued to make sarcastic remarks. "Get rid of this youngster." Eugene could no longer bear it and shouted. When Eugene saw that Han Shua had arrived, he was planning to use peaceful means before resorting to force. But little did he know that Gilbert's words were getting more and more unkind and malicious. Eugene was so enraged that he decided to get rid of Gilbert first before discussing the mine with Han Shua. Several divine guards immediately flew out from behind Eugene. These divine guards had long found Gilbert an eyesore, especially when they discovered that Gilbert was only an early-stage low god. They could no longer tolerate Gilbert's arrogance. They couldn't understand how a low god could be so arrogant. "Hee, what a bunch of fools." Gilbert laughed maniacally. When the first mid-god approached Gilbert, Gilbert threw a punch while laughing maniacally. His arm turned pitch black and the veins on his arm looked like strange little black snakes. It gave his arm a sense of violence and beauty. Boom! The first early-stage mid-god divine guard that charged at Gilbert was sent flying along with the divine weapon in his hand by Gilbert. That divine guard who did not put Gilbert in his eyes suffered serious injuries before he could even display his true strength. A sharp glint flashed across Sanguinar's eyes. His crimson eyes met the divine guard's. That divine guard who was seriously injured by Gilbert suddenly felt a surge of energy flowing into his body from Sanguinar's eyes. The next moment, he discovered that the blood in his body was flowing uncontrollably from his mouth, nose, eyes, ears, penis, and anus. Ah! Blood was flowing out from all the holes in that divine guard's body. He couldn't stand the feeling of approaching death step by step and started screaming. Sanguinar's crimson eyes glowed brightly. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. Balanza's face was filled with malevolent, bloodthirsty madness. The flying sword in his hand that was refined by Han Shua emitted chilling rays. The other divine guards that charged at Gilbert retreated in panic. Some of the divine guards that failed to retreat in time had wounds on their chests. Blood soaked through their divine armor. What's going on? What's going on? I can't control the blood in my body. The divine guard on the ground was still shrieking in fear. His voice grew weaker and weaker. As he lost too much blood, his face grew paler and paler. Under the gazes of the crowd, his body gradually shriveled. It was as though all the blood and water in his body had been drained. Finally, his body twisted and convulsed for a moment before he fell to the ground like a piece of dead wood. Anito, Deco, and the other three who planned to help Gilbert had terrified faces. They knew very well how powerful Balans was. As for Gilbert and Sanguinar, as they had never left the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, they had no idea that the two could be so powerful. Sanguinar's crimson eyes flashed as he watched Gilbert, an early-stage low god, severely injure an opponent who was one level higher than him with a single punch. Sanguinar's crimson eyes flashed as his opponent's blood flowed uncontrollably. They were astounded by the performance of the two. Monsters. Only those from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy are monsters. One Balans was already frightening enough. They did not expect that the crimson-eyed youngster to be even more bizarre. With a flash of crimson light from his eyes, the enemy would bleed uncontrollably. How bizarre! Anito, Deco, and Deco cried out in their minds. Sanguinar, Balans, and Gilbert's attacks had shocked Eugene's divine guards. Eugene's face turned even more unsightly. He did not expect that there would be such strange people around Han Shua. He knew nothing about the profound energy cultivated by Sanguinar and Balans. The only thing he could see was that Gilbert had seriously injured one of his divine guards with a single punch. With that, Eugene no longer dared to act blindly without thinking. All of you, get the hell out of this cave. From today onwards, everything here belongs to the Han family of the City of Shadows. Gilbert became immensely proud of himself again. He pointed at Eugene and said disdainfully, "You are no match for him. Kill this cocky bastard." Eugene was enraged. He shouted, "Squads 2 and 3, attack together. No matter what happens, I will take responsibility." The divine guards behind Eugene had long disliked Gilbert. Upon hearing Eugene's command, the 20 or so divine guards immediately surrounded Gilbert. The divine guards exchanged glances with each other. 10 of them charged at Gilbert, 10 at Balans, and 10 at Sanguinar. Han Shua had gained a clear understanding of the strengths of Sanguinar, Balans, and Gilbert. Among them, Sanguinar was the strongest. He estimated that he possessed mid-stage mid-god strength. Balans and Gilbert were slightly weaker. Based on their physical strength alone, they should possess early-stage mid-god strength. As for Sanguinar and Balans, one of them knew how to control the blood in a person's body and the other could intimidate the enemy with his killing intent. Their strengths were slightly higher than their peers. In a one-on-one fight, Han Shua believed that the three would be able to finish off an opponent of the same level. But with a dozen of them attacking together, Han Shua knew that the three would be in grave danger. After all, Eugene's divine guards were all mid-gods. Han Shua grinned when he saw that Sanguinar, Balans, and Gilbert were wearing solemn expressions. With one thought, 17 flying swords suddenly flew out from his body. The flying swords were extremely swift and fierce. They whistled through the air as they circled above their heads. Miserable shrieks filled the air. Corpses suddenly fell from the sky. When they hit the ground, they were all mangled and mangled. In the blink of an eye, all the corpses had melted into flesh and blood. Not a single bone or piece of flesh was left. The 20 or so elite divine guards who had fought alongside Eugene had been reduced to a puddle of blood that soaked the ground. Not a single trace was left. Anito and the others had been puzzled as to why Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert, these three fiends, would be so obedient to Han Shua. But now, they finally understood. Han Shua still wore a gentle smile on his face. However, in the eyes of Anito and the others, this usually gentle smile suddenly gave off an indescribable sense of malevolence and cruelty. Eugene, take your men and get the hell out of here. Leave behind all the energy ores you have mined. From today onwards, everything in the mine belongs to the Han family of the City of Shadows. Han Shua said to Eugene with a beaming smile. You dare to kill more than 20 of my men? Eugene was shivering from head to toe. When he saw that not even a bone was left of his elite divine guards that he had painstakingly nurtured, the fury in his heart exceeded his fear of Han Shua. He shrieked. Han Shua shook his head and sighed softly. He softly said, so insensible. This is going to be difficult. As soon as Han Shua finished those words, the 17 flying swords that were still hovering in the air flew towards the remaining divine guards. Shrill whistles pierced through the air. All the divine guards other than Eugene were killed and turned into puddles of blood. Cauldron spirit suddenly flew out from Han Shua's body. It circled a few times above the bloody scene and collected the divine souls that had yet to dissipate between heaven and earth. You? Eugene pointed at Han Shua and shouted, I'll kill you. 17 flying swords shot towards Eugene. The smile on Han Shua's face gradually turned cold. He slowly closed his eyes and deployed the Avicii god-slaying sword formation with his consciousness. The 17 flying swords were like 17 afterimages, forming abstruse and complex patterns in the air. Gusts of chilly wind blew and killing intent soared into the sky. It was as though the 18 levels of hell had descended. Eugene was a mid-stage high god expert. Such a god would be an expert no matter where he went. Han Shua had no choice but to use the Avicii god-slaying sword formation. He controlled the sword formation with his consciousness. Streaks of sword radiance weaved and interweaved, disrupting Eugene's domain of divinity and preventing him from borrowing much of the elements of heaven and earth. Back when Han Shua walked out of the valley, Cauldron Spirit had told him that Han Shua, who had mastered the Avicii god-slaying sword formation, could slaughter early-stage high god experts even without Cauldron Spirit's energy. After testing the power of the sword formation, Han Shua confirmed Cauldron Spirit's words. However, Eugene was a mid-stage high god expert. Although he couldn't fight back in the Avicii god-slaying sword formation, he seemed to be able to hold on for some time. If Han Shua wanted to kill him, he would have to pay a heavy price. Cauldron Spirit, return. Han Shua did not want to waste too much energy on Eugene. With one thought, Cauldron Spirit returned to Han Shua's body. Cauldron Spirit's energy instantly poured into Han Shua's body. Only then could the first form of the Avicii god-slaying sword formation, Avicii Hell, be activated. As soon as the Avicii Hell was activated, the streaks of sword radiance turned solid. The chilling wind and killing intent grew 10 times more intense. Strange energy surged within the sword formation and destroyed Eugene's layers of defensive boundaries. A miserable howl sounded as Eugene's flesh and blood splattered everywhere. A high god divine soul. This is great. I can finally refine a demon general of the highest grade. Cauldron Spirit shouted. It was much livelier than usual. It immediately flew out from Han Shua's body and pounced at Eugene's high god divine soul that had yet to dissipate. Chapter 752. None of Eugene and his party from Hushvale City managed to escape from Han Shua's murderous hands. All of them died at the entrance of the cave. The stench of blood filled the air. Cauldron spirit was flying around the cave. It had absorbed the divine soul of Eugene, a mid-stage high god. None of the divine guards managed to escape Cauldron spirit and were sucked into the cauldron of myriad demon. According to Cauldron spirit, only the divine soul of a high god could be refined into a spirit demon of the highest grade. A spirit demon of the highest grade would be more powerful and could provide Cauldron spirit with more energy. Ever since the demise of the exalted demon lord, the cauldron of myriad demon had not produced a demon of the highest grade. Now that Eugene's divine soul had been captured, it meant that a spirit demon was finally born in the cauldron of myriad demon. In just a short time, the entrance of the cave had turned into a pool of blood. The gods killed by Han Shua's 17 flying swords had turned into puddles of blood. The corpses of those killed by Balans were scattered all over the ground. It was a gruesome scene. Anaito, Deco, and the other divine guards of the Third Corps were aghast. It seemed that they had yet to recover from the shock. Anaito, apart from Eugene, didn't you encounter enemies from Dark Soul City as well? What are you waiting for? Lead the way, instructed Balans softly after shooting a glance at Anaito. It was only at this moment that Anaito seemed to have recovered from his shock. He looked at Han Shua in horror and asked, Lord Brian, you killed Eugene. Is there a problem? Asked Han Shua calmly in a carefree smile. Lord Brian, although the 7 major cities of the Dominion of Darkness are constantly fighting each other in secret, they generally do not kill each other's chiefs of divine guards. The death of a chief of divine guards is no small matter. Eugene is one of the chiefs of divine guards of Hushvale City. Now that he has died here, the city lord of Hushvale City will surely investigate, said Anaito anxiously. Wars between the cities had never stopped. However, as the chiefs of divine guards possessed extraordinary strength, there had never been a case of a chief of divine guards dying. A chief of divine guard was the cornerstone of a city. The death of a chief of divine guard could very well incur the wrath of the city lord. It could even lead to a war between 2 cities. Therefore, when Eugene died, Annette immediately turned pale with fright and thought of the serious consequences. Don't worry, I will explain to the city lord. Now that Han Shua's strength had skyrocketed, he did not see this as a big problem. He smiled and said, Let's go, Annette. Let's go find the people from Dark Soul City. When Anaito heard Han Shua's words, he started trembling with fear. Whenever he recalled his vile attitude towards Han Shua back in the City of Shadows, Anaito felt a chill run down his spine. He thought to himself, fortunately, we became friends in the end. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. This is a ruthless man who kills without batting an eyelid. He had hidden it so deeply in the past. Once it was unleashed, it was truly terrifying. My lord, please follow me. The one from Dark Soul City is also a chief of divine guards. They have also killed 2 of our companions. Deco was much bolder than Anaito. He led the way for Han Shua. Halfway through the journey, Deco explained to Han Shua that the Dark Soul City was the first to arrive at the mine. After arriving, they did not allow anyone to approach the mine. Anaito and his companions were discovered when they came to scout the mine. Therefore, they were chased out by the people from Dark Soul City. Later on, Eugene arrived with the divine guards from Hushvale City. When the people from Dark Soul City saw that Eugene was personally leading the team, they started a conflict. As both sides were equally matched in strength, the people from Dark Soul City took the initiative to retreat. They occupied several of the largest mines and left the rest unattended. The chief of divine guards from Dark Soul City was called Jirofi. Like Eugene, he was also a mid-stage high god cultivating in the energy of destruction. With Deco leading the way, the party soon arrived at the center of the mine. They were surrounded by bottomless caverns. Each cavern was guarded by several divine guards from Dark Soul City. Lord Brian, the chief of divine guards from Dark Soul City, Jirofi, should be guarding the largest cavern, said Deko to Han Shuo as he pointed at the largest cavern. This place already belongs to Dark Souls City. You can start mining in other areas. Don't force our hand, said a divine guard from Dark Souls City as he stood at the entrance of the cavern. He looked at Han Shuo and his party with a cold and arrogant demeanor. Balance, Sanguiner, kill a few of them and teach them a lesson, instructed Han Shuo to Balance and Sanguiner with a smile on his face. The fact that Dark Souls City had killed a few divine guards from the Third Corps indicated that they had made the first move. Han Shuo would not hold back. Balance could enhance his killing intent by killing, Sanguiner could extract new energy from the blood of his victims, and Han Shuo could harvest divine souls. For the three of them who cultivated in demonic arts, there were only advantages and no disadvantages in killing others. Not to mention that they were the ones who made the first move. Han Shuo would not hold back. Balance and Sanguiner abruptly pounced at two divine guards from Dark Souls City at Han Shuo's command. Sanguiner drew a line of blood in her hand as she stared at the two divine guards with crimson eyes. The two divine guards immediately felt their blood boiling when their eyes met with Sanguiner's. At this moment, Balance arrived in front of the two divine guards. The slender flying sword in his hand flashed and streaks of sword radiances landed on the bodies of the two divine guards. Crack! Crack! The two divine guards were dismembered. Their flesh and blood splattered all over the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Before the divine guards at the other caverns could help, the tragedy had already happened. When the divine guards saw the blood flowing like a river, they immediately shrieked and transmitted messages to Jirofi who was inside the cavern. They could tell how terrifying Balance and Sanguiner were. Seeing that Han Shuo, who seemed to be their leader, had yet to make a move, none of them dared to be careless. They shrieked and transmitted messages as though they were facing a formidable foe. They cautiously guarded against Sanguiner and Balance. It didn't take long before 37 divine guards and Chief Jirofi walked out of the cave. These people were all dressed in black. It appeared that they had been in the middle of excavating energy crystals and had hurried over after receiving the message. What's going on? Jirofi's face was gloomy. He looked at the bloodstains on the soles of his feet and appeared to be extremely angry. Jirofi had a big head and big ears. He had an obese body. However, his pair of bright eyes were fixed on the unruffled Han Shuo. From today onwards, this mountain belongs to the Han family of the City of Shadows. Gilbert stepped forward and arrogantly shot a glance at Jirofi. He said, Eugene was insensible and has been killed by my master. If you don't want to be left with nothing, leave now. Han family of the City of Shadows? Jirofi bunched his brows and coldly replied, I only know of the House of Saint, House of Lavers, House of Kinson, House of Kisa, and House of Buller in the City of Shadows. Since when was there a Han family? Cut the crap. Leave behind the energy crystals you mined and get the hell out of here. Gilbert arrogantly pointed at Jirofi and said, if you're late, don't even think about leaving. Jirofi appeared to be more difficult to deal with than Eugene. Surprisingly, he was not angered by Gilbert's rudeness. His chubby face twitched and he said, you want us to leave without displaying sufficient strength? I don't think it's that easy, right? While speaking, Jirofi stared straight at Han Shuo. He had long noticed that Han Shuo was the leader of the group. Under Jirofi's provocative gaze, Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said, then don't even think about leaving. As soon as those words left his mouth, the 17 flying swords were released once again. Chilly winds gusted and whistled continuously as they flew towards the divine guards who were glaring at them. The 17 flying swords were incomparably sharp and carried terrifying corrosive properties. Under Han Shuo's exquisite control, the flying swords turned into afterimages that streaked across the sky and pierced through the bodies of the divine guards. All the divine guards who were struck by the flying swords had their flesh rapidly corroded and dissolved. In no time at all, they had turned into puddles of blood. Jirofi turned pale with fright. He was intimidated by Han Shuo's vicious flying swords. His eyes flickered with light and he immediately shouted, "Stop! We will leave immediately." With a gentle smile on his face, Han Shuo softly replied, "Sorry, you were too late." The 17 flying swords suddenly enveloped Jirofi. Cauldron Spirit's energy immediately surged into Han Shuo's body. The first form of the god-slaying sword formation, Ceaseless Pain, appeared once again. The scene of hell engulfed Jirofi in an instant. Feeling the stabbing pain in his meridians, Han Shuo manipulated the god-slaying sword formation with his consciousness and pierced thousands of holes into Jirofi's body. Inside the ceaseless pain formed by the flying swords, an outsider could only see the flying swords dancing wildly in the air. They had no idea what was going on inside the ceaseless pain. All of a sudden, Han Shuo's body blurred and he dove into the ceaseless pain. Using the ceaseless pain as cover, Han Shuo arrived behind Jirofi, who was still alive. His avatar of destruction flew out of the cauldron of myriad demon and started devouring the remaining divine energy of destruction left by Jirofi. Jirofi cultivated in the energy of destruction. Most of his divine energy had been consumed by the ceaseless pain god-slaying sword formation. As he was a mid-stage high god and Han Shuo had deliberately controlled the flying sword's precision, the flying swords only left a few wounds on his body. The intense corrosive energy did not spread to his entire body. Before he died, Han Shuo took the opportunity to enter the ceaseless pain god-slaying sword formation and absorb the remaining divine energy of destruction in Jirofi's body. Jirofi was a high god. Although he only had a small portion of his divine energy left, it was enough for Han Shuo's avatar of destruction to benefit immensely. Gradually, all of Jirofi's divine energy was devoured. There was no longer any energy left in his body that could resist the corrosive energy of the flying swords. He was reduced to a puddle of blood in the ceaseless pain god-slaying sword formation. Han Shuo then took his space ring. The 17 flying swords returned to Han Shuo's body. Cauldron Spirit flew out and collected Jirofi's high god divine soul. Then, it flew around and absorbed the divine souls of those divine souls that Han Shuo had previously killed into the cauldron of myriad demon. There were also a few divine guards from Dark Soul City. They were running all over the place under the pursuit of Balans, Sanguiner, and Gilbert. However, it appeared that they would not be able to live much longer. Han Shuo did not personally hunt down those divine guards from Dark Soul City. Instead, he allowed Sanguiner and Gilbert to do as they pleased. Unlike Balans, Sanguiner and Gilbert had too little experience in hunting. In order for the two to be able to shoulder heavy responsibilities in the future, Han Shuo had to train them as soon as possible. With the demon generals keeping an eye on those divine guards and the veteran assassin Balans assisting them, Han Shuo believed that none of those divine guards from Dark Soul City would be able to escape. My lord, you are truly amazing," Deco softly exclaimed as he looked at Han Shuo with eyes of admiration. Anaito appeared rather frightened. He put on a long face and said to Han Shuo, "Lord Brian, Jirofi of Dark Soul City is also a chief of divine guards. Now that you have killed 2 chief of divine guards, the 2 city lords will not let this matter rest." "What does that have to do with me?" Han Shuo put on an innocent face. He put on a mischievous smile and said, "It was clearly Eugene and Jirofi who killed each other in the mine. The tragedy had already happened by the time we arrived. We did nothing. It was clearly—" Anaito pointed at Han Shuo and exclaimed in a low voice when he saw that Han Shuo was lying through his teeth. Suddenly, Anaito's face jolted as though he had thought of something. He immediately put on a mischievous smile and said in admiration, "My lord is truly wise. As long as no one from Hushvale City and the City of Shadows walks out alive, we can say whatever we want. It doesn't matter if the 2 city lords believe us or not. They can't do anything if they don't have any evidence and we deny it," said Deco with a face full of admiration. After saying those words, he asked, "My lord, will those fellows who escaped, don't worry. With a veteran killer like Balans around, they won't leave any survivors," said Han Shuo with a faint smile. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I hope that all of you can keep what happened today a secret." Even to Lord Erebus and the city lord, we will have to give the same explanation. Otherwise, we will all be in trouble if word gets out." Upon hearing Han Shua's words, Anaito, Deko, and the others patted their chests and promised. Anaito said, "Don't worry, my lord. We will give the same explanation to everyone. Hee, but I believe that with the city lord's brilliance, he will be able to figure out a thing or two. Then it doesn't matter. As long as we don't leak the information, it will be fine," said Deko smilingly. After this incident, they had become both respectful and fearful of Han Shua. They trusted him even more than Erebus, who had led them for many years. Especially since they were personally involved in this incident, they naturally had to plan for their own safety. Be careful and take the space rings they left behind. These guys must have mined a lot of energy crystals. Those energy crystals are all ours. Naturally, we can't let them get away with it, said Han Shua to Anaito and the other three. The gods killed by Han Shua had turned into blood that seeped into the ground. Only the metal divine artifacts and space rings were left behind. As long as they were careful, there shouldn't be any problems. As for the gods killed by Sanguiner and Balans, although they were also in a terrible state, they didn't have to worry about being corroded. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problems. While Anaito and the other three were collecting the spoils of war for Han Shua, Balans returned first. Balans bowed to Han Shua and said in a low voice, "Senior brother, it's all settled." Han Shua nodded with a smile. He was very satisfied with the result of this trip. Chapter 753. Eugene and Jirofi, the two divine guard chiefs, and their divine guards had all died in the hands of Han Shua and his party. Anaito and his party were in charge of collecting and tallying the spoils of war. About half a day later, Anaito and his party had tallied up all the spoils. There were more than 5,000 pieces of energy crystals of various sizes, more than 70 divine armors and divine weapons, and one high god weapon each for Eugene and Jirofi. It was impossible to estimate the total value of these items in a short time. However, a conservative estimate was that the total value of these items would not be less than 2 million black gold coins. Most importantly, the mine had been occupied by Han Shua. Eugene and Jirofi had only been mining the mine for a few days. There was no way they could have extracted much of the energy crystal ores from the mine. It was impossible to estimate how many energy crystals there were in the entire mine. The total value would be in the tens of millions of black gold coins. The invaders from Hushvale City and Dark Souls City were completely annihilated. Balans, Anaito, and his party carefully cleaned up the scene. They erased all traces that could prove that Han Shua and his party were the culprits. They even deliberately buried some worthless divine weapons in the ground and placed a few incomplete corpses of both sides together to create the illusion that both sides had suffered heavy casualties. Balans was very familiar with the process. Sanguiner and Gilbert, on the other hand, were not as proficient. Under the guidance of Balans, Anaito, and the others, Sanguiner and Gilbert quickly became familiar with the method of framing others. They helped Anaito and his party clean up the mess. Naturally, Han Shua did not leave. He stayed in the mine for the time being, waiting for the arrival of the competitors from the major family clans. During this period of time, Anaito, his party of 4, Balans, Sanguiner, and Gilbert visited every major mine in the mine. They carved a special pattern on the entrance of every cave that contained energy ores, the pattern of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. As the Han family had only been established for a short time, Han Shua had not thought of making a special emblem for the Han family. Now that his competitors were about to arrive, to show that he was the true owner of the mine, Han Shua used the Cauldron of Myriad Demon as the emblem of the Han family. At the entrance of every cave was an image of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. On the surface of the cauldron were a few small words, City of Shadows Han family. 5 days later, the first batch of competitors from the 3 major family clans arrived at the mine. After mobilizing the resources of their family clans, they discovered a unique symbol at the entrance of the mine, the Han family of the City of Shadows. The competitors of the three great families were all dumbfounded. Looking at the strange little cauldron pattern and the clear small characters on the surface of the cauldron, they knew that they were one step too late. The City of Shadows had its own rules. Before they came, Wallace had clearly reminded them that personal fights were strictly forbidden. Although these City of Shadows experts were filled with reluctance, they had nothing to say when they saw that the mountain had fallen into Han Shua's hands. They went to look for Han Shua and congratulated him with bitter faces. The competitors of the three major family clans were Ji Wei, Manli, and Gasco. The three of them had more or less friendly relations with Han Shua due to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Knowing that the situation was irreversible, they had no choice but to accept the fact. Another 3 days later, competitors from other family clans arrived one after another. Since even the three major family clans had nothing to say, the competitors naturally had nothing to say, especially since they knew that Han Shua had a close relationship with the House of Saint. There was no way they could have any other thoughts. 7 days later, Erebus and Aobashi arrived at the mountain with their divine guards. Erebus and Aobashi were greatly astonished after learning about the situation from Han Shua. It was obvious that they did not believe Han Shua's words. It was indeed possible that Jirofi of the City of Shadows and Eugene of Hushvale City had fought over the mine. However, it would be too much of a lie to claim that both sides would perish together with each other, leaving not a single one of them alive. Erebus secretly summoned Anaito and the others and secretly asked, "What's going on?" Anaito and the others had a guilty conscience and did not dare to look at Erebus. They replied in a low voice, "Although the situation is a little different, it is the truth. My lord, the people of the City of Shadows and Hushvale City have killed our companions. Lord Brian has come to avenge us." Anaito and the others did not dare to lie to Andre or City Lord Wallace. However, Erebus was their direct superior and Erebus had always treated them well. It was impossible for them to keep quiet. Anaito and the other three dared to deceive Andre and Castellan Wallace, but Erebus was their direct superior. Moreover, Erebus had always treated them well, so it was impossible for them to keep silent. Anaito and the others had the guts to lie to Andre and City Lord Wallace. However, Erebus was their direct superior and Erebus had always treated them well. It was impossible for them to keep quiet. Moreover, Han Shua had secretly hinted to them that the situation was not normal. Erebus and Aobashi could not help but feel a headache when they heard Anaito and the others' cryptic explanation. The two of them were in charge of cleaning up the aftermath. Now that two of their Divine Guard chiefs had died, the situation had become very troublesome. Naturally, the two of them did not believe that the two Divine Guard chiefs were killed by Han Shua. In their opinion, Eugene and Jirofi must have fought each other to the death for the mine. Then, Han Shua and his party came to take advantage of the situation and killed the surviving Divine Guards. They had underestimated Han Shua's current strength. "We're in big trouble." Aobashi put on a bitter smile and sighed, "The City Lord wants me to negotiate with the two parties. I'm afraid that the two parties will not let this matter rest." "Forget it. Let's report to the City Lord first. I believe that the two City Lords will personally communicate with your lordship about this matter," said Erebus with a distressed face. He could not think of a suitable solution for the time being. "Sirs, I'll leave the rest to you. When you are done negotiating with the two parties, let me know. I will arrange for people to come over and mine the mine. We can discuss how to distribute the energy ores in the future." Han Shua was all smiles. He stretched his back and mumbled to himself, "I'm really lucky this time. Two of my Divine Guards have suffered heavy casualties." Anaito and the other three Divine Guards wore strange expressions after hearing Han Shua's words. They had seen with their own eyes how Han Shua killed Eugene and Jirofi effortlessly. How could there be any element of luck in that? They knew that Han Shua had deliberately concealed his strength. The four of them had benefited greatly from the distribution of the divine weapons. Therefore, they naturally cooperated with Han Shuo and started talking nonsense to mislead Erebus and Aobashi. You just patted your butt and left, leaving the two of us to clean up your mess. Erebus forced a smile and shook his head. He said, Brian, the death of 2 Divine Guard chiefs is no small matter. They died together. They have no one to blame but themselves. My lordships, just tell the truth. I believe that given the city lord's wisdom, he won't say anything about it. Han Shuo put on a mischievous smile and said, I won't disturb your work any longer. We will return to the City of Shadows. When you return to the city, I will treat you to a good drink. That drink of yours doesn't taste good. Aobashi glared at Han Shuo. She could sense that Han Shuo was behind the incident, but unfortunately, she couldn't find any evidence. But even if she could, what could she do? She would still have to help Han Shuo clean up the mess. Sanguiner, Ballins, Gilbert, it's time for us to leave, said Han Shuo to the 3 before bidding farewell to the members of the 3 major family clans. He was the first to arrive and the first to leave. Han Shuo returned to Fort Lossberg first. When he arrived, he discovered that Candide, Emma, Gree, Pegasus, and the others were already there. These people were very experienced in the management of cities. They volunteered to familiarize themselves with the situation in Fort Lossberg so that the Han family could take over the place. Candide and the others were already aware of the purpose of Han Shuo and his party. After Han Shuo returned to Fort Lossberg, they immediately asked Han Shuo about the details. Han Shuo did not reveal the specifics. He only said to them, it's done. The 5th Corps is ours. Candide and the others knew that military strength was the foundation of a power's survival. They were overjoyed to hear that. They were now considered members of the Han family and were bound together with Han Shuo. Naturally, they hoped that the Han family could stabilize their power in the City of Shadows. After living on Elysium for a period of time, they had fully realized the importance of a family clan. They volunteered to come to Fort Lossberg in order to strengthen the House of Han. They knew that only with the House of Han's strength could they ensure their safety and secure a foothold in the City of Shadows. Han Shuo took out a portion of the energy crystals he obtained from the mine and handed it to Candide and the others. He asked them to decorate the Han family's residence in Fort Lossberg with energy towers and boundary towers. Energy crystals were the foundation that maintained the energy towers and boundary towers. With an abundant supply of energy crystals, the Han family's residence in Fort Lossberg could be fortified. Han Shuo and Candide discussed the issue of Fort Lossberg for half a day. Han Shuo wasn't an expert in the management of cities. Back then, he had delegated the management of Bretel City to Dorcas and Jack. Fort Lossberg was no exception. Although it was a discussion, Han Shuo heard from Candide and the others that Candide and the others needed Han Shuo's approval before they dared to take action. They mainly wanted to get Han Shuo's approval. Han Shuo knew that Candide and the others had no one to rely on Elysium. Now that he had been branded as a member of the Han family, he knew that they would work for him wholeheartedly. Therefore, Han Shuo straightforwardly agreed to their request and delegated all the necessary authority to them. When Candide and the others no longer had any questions, Han Shuo, Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert left for the City of Shadows. Inside the Saint residence of the City of Shadows, City Lord Wallace and Andre were facing a magical mirror. Inside the mirror were Aobashi and Erebus. They were reporting the situation in the valley to Wallace with a bitter smile. When they heard that Eugene and Jirofi of Hushvale City and Dark Souls City had died in the valley, Wallace and Andre's faces jolted. Wallace asked, "Where's Brian? Where are the others?" "Brian is fine." When Aobashi and I arrived, Brian had already taken control of the mountain, Erebus said in a bitter smile. But Brian said that Eugene and Jirofi had perished together. When we arrived, we did not find a single survivor. All the divine guards from Hushvale City and Dark Souls City were killed without even leaving behind a complete corpse. The situation is rather strange. With Eugene and Jirofi dead in Tanai Mountain, the city lords of Hushvale City and Dark Soul City will surely come after elder brother. Andre also had a headache. After thinking for a while, Andre asked Erebus, "Did Eugene and Jirofi perish together?" "They are all dead." "We don't know either." Erebus put on a bitter smile and continued, "None of the divine guards from Hushvale City and Dark Soul City survived. This doesn't seem to have happened naturally. But I have asked Brian about it and Brian is adamant that they perished together. We have also found some traces at the scene that point to a bitter battle." Wallace was stunned. After a long while, he nodded and said in a deep voice, "Seize the mountain. Inform Hushvale City and Dark Soul City of the death of the two Divine Guard chiefs. No matter who asks, tell them that they perished together. If you miss anything at the scene, you will clean it up." "Understood, my lord," replied Erebus. After cutting off the magical mirror, Wallace massaged his glabella and smilingly said, "That youngster sure is a headache. But I'm sure that Eugene and Jirofi's deaths had something to do with him. Hee, I bet those two city lords will be furious. Elder brother, Brian couldn't have killed Eugene and Jirofi, could he?" Andre stared blankly for a moment and was rather doubtful. "Then how do you explain what happened in the valley?" Wallace shot a glance at Andre and said in a mischievous smile, "Perhaps he doesn't have the strength to kill both of them at once. But if he is adept at seizing the right moment, he might have a chance of succeeding. The traces of battle between the two sides are still intact. That kid is a talent. It looks like the Fifth Bureau will do better in his hands than Avery. Brian is a little too daring. He even killed a Divine Guard chief," exclaimed Andre. Daring, ruthless, and meticulous are the qualities that a man must have in order to achieve great things. This incident has sufficiently proved that he is qualified to be the chief of the Fifth Corps. Alright, prepare the relevant documents this afternoon. Also, let go of those Fifth Corps Divine Guards who have no problem with them." Wallace did not get angry at Han Shua for causing trouble. Instead, he was very satisfied with Han Shua's daring and ruthless style. Andre nodded, indicating that he understood, turned around, and left. After Andre left, Wallace once again used the magical mirror to get in touch with the city lords of Hushvale City and Dark Soul City. He insisted that Eugene and Jirofi had perished together. Regardless of how furious the two city lords were, Wallace insisted that the mine belonged to the City of Shadows and argued fiercely with the two city lords through the magical mirror. Han Shua, Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert returned to the City of Shadows half a month later. Everything in the city was the same except for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Fanny, Phoebe, and the other ladies had moved into the Laver's residence. The only people left in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were pharmacists who knew how to refine medicines. Those who came from Profound Continent had moved into their new home, the Han family. Compared to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shua's new home was much more spacious and magnificent. It had all kinds of facilities. Buildings on Elysium had always been built in a solemn and dignified style. They would spend little effort on decorations. Fanny, Phoebe, and the others who came from Profound Continent did not like the original style of the Laver's residence. Therefore, they had transplanted a lot of flowers, plants, artificial hills, small bridges, flowing rivers, and odd-looking rocks into every corner of the Han family's new home. It looked much more refined and exquisite. Strolling among the flowers, Han Shua raised his head and looked at the towering buildings. He felt as though he had been in a different world. He still remembered that when he first came to Elysium from Profound Continent, he had gone through all kinds of hardships to reach the City of Shadows. He was as clueless as a country bumpkin when he first set foot in this place. He even had a quarrel with Cage and Doloxes in a gymnasium not far away from him. He was humiliated by the two good-for-nothings of the Laver's family and left angrily. Now, everything in this place belonged to the Han family, to him, Han Shua. Han Shua deeply enjoyed the feeling of having everything under his control as he breathed in the fresh air. It was as though he could smell the wonderful taste of power. When Fanny, Phoebe, and the other ladies learned that Han Shua had returned, they came out to welcome him. Han Shua was brimming with laughter and cheerful voices along the way. Sanguiner and Gilbert were pulled away by Statholm and Ermike. The two asked Han Shua about what happened in the valley. When the two learned that Han Shua had taken over the mine and was about to take over the Fifth Corps, they were very excited. Brian, Candide, and the others went to Fort Lossberg on their own initiative. Have you met them? Emily asked Han Shua. Yes, I have. Candide and the others kept asking me a bunch of questions. I was so annoyed that my head was about to explode. Han Shua forced a smile and shook his head. He said, managing a city is really not my forte. Fortunately, I brought them all here from Profound Continent. Otherwise, even if Fort Lossberg belonged to the Han family, we wouldn't be able to find anyone suitable to manage it. Brian, from the moment those from Profound Continent set foot on Elysium, they will forever be branded with the Han family. They are all trustworthy. Without the Han family, there is no way they can survive on Elysium. Therefore, they know what to do. Explained Emily in a soft voice. Han Shua had long known this principle. He nodded and smilingly replied, I understand what you mean. They will be the pillars of the Han family in the future. I may not have many good points, but I know how to delegate power to others. I know what kind of people are suited to do. They will definitely find their place on Elysium. Brian, these are the documents that Andre sent to you. He wants you to report to the Fifth Corps as soon as possible after you return. Phoebe handed a large stack of documents to Han Shua and smilingly said, Andre said that some of those in the Fifth Corps are unruly. Although they did not rebel with Avery, they have always been very obedient towards him. You should know what they are like. Han Shua took the documents and gave them a look. He put on a calm smile and said, I love taming those unruly fellows. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.